Order. Thank you very much for coming to give evidence to us this afternoon. Quite a lot to get through and some quite extraordinary developments that we've had over recent days and weeks that relate directly to HSBC. I'd like to begin with some questions to you, Mr. Gulliver. Why did you feel the need to put in place such extraordinary arrangements for your tax affairs, with a Panamanian company being used, as well as Hong Kong remuneration being channeled through Switzerland?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I welcome the chance to actually explain that situation, but first, if I may, I'd like to put on the record an apology from both myself and from Douglas for the unacceptable events that took place at our private bank in Switzerland in the mid-2000s, which is clearly an apology we'd like to make to you all, to our customers, our shareholders, to the public at large. It clearly was unacceptable. We very much regret this, and it has damaged HSBC's reputation.
So just to be clear, what are you apologising for?
The lack of controls and the practices which now, judged with the benefit of hindsight, we would not be at all comfortable with if they were happening today, and which have clearly resulted in damage to trust and confidence in HSBC, and indeed have created further reputational damage to our firm, and have also therefore hurt clients, customers, shareholders, our staff, and people at large.
And who's doing the apologising here?
I am.
Personally?
As the Group CEO of HSBC.
So you feel personally responsible for this?
I have been the Group Chief Executive since 2011. I have a collective responsibility for the operations of the Group. I have been in the Group for 35 years. I'm responsible for cleaning it up. So I have made substantial changes, which hopefully we'll get the chance to explain to you all in the course of this afternoon's events. Actually, I wasn't running the private bank at that particular point in time, but I've spent 35 years with HSBC. Right. Well, so there's a proximity issue, but I have not worked for any other company.
You've said that you're trying to clean everything up, but some years ago you were certainly muddying the waters with these extraordinary tax
so if I may, Chairman,
weren't you?
Look, let me just explain this, if I may. So, and I can understand how people find these arrangements kind of unusual. I myself grew up in Plymouth. I went to a state school, so I can understand how the public would find them unfamiliar and rather strange. But I left the UK in 1980 to join HSBC's international staff with the intention of a 30 to 40-year career overseas. I have worked in several global locations, but the majority of that time I've been based in Hong Kong, and it is my home. I have property in Hong Kong, a home in Hong Kong, and I will return to Hong Kong at the completion of my assignment here. My wife and I are both permanent residents and have right of abode in Hong Kong, and that's where I will be living post this assignment here in the UK. I'm therefore a Hong Kong domiciled person, and if you look at HMRC's guidelines on this, which was published in October 2013, on page 32, you can see how that can be achieved.
My question was why you felt the need as a Hong Kong domiciled person to create a Panamanian company.
Right. First of all, there was no tax advantage or purpose whatsoever to the Panamanian company. As a matter of fact, there was no tax purpose to it. It was a Panamanian nominee entity constructed purely to give me privacy. Purely to give me privacy within my own company.
Why did you need privacy in your company?
Because at that point, 1998, I'm working in Hong Kong. My compensation was not a matter of public record. Once I became a director of HSBC in 2008, my compensation is then public. And actually that structure, that Panamanian entity, was actually wound up in 2009 because I was then a director of HSBC and all of my compensation was published. So it was purely about privacy. Privacy from colleagues in Hong Kong, privacy from colleagues in Switzerland, and it had no tax purpose whatsoever.
Why did you need privacy from your colleagues in Hong Kong?
I think, well, first of all, in Hong Kong, we had a computer system back in the day that enabled everybody to inquire on staff accounts.
So this wasn't the consequence of a glitch, as has been...
No, it wasn't. No, it's not a computer glitch at all. It was the way the system in those days was designed.
So the system was arranged so that everybody could see everybody else's pay.
Yeah.
Why should you be exempt from that?
because I was amongst the highest paid people and I wished to preserve my privacy from colleagues. Nothing more than that. There was no tax purpose to it. My tax in Hong Kong was deducted
quite a lot,
at
though,
source.
isn't it? I mean, in large institutions such as HSBC, a high level of transparency about remuneration is generally required. And as you say, you were subsequently promoted, and then your remuneration became a matter of public record in the accounts.
Absolutely, but this was 10 years earlier than that.
Yes, it may have been, but the point that I'm making, and I'm asking you, is what exactly led you to feel such a great need to conceal your remuneration from your colleagues at that time?
Nothing beyond a desire for privacy and for people to be unaware, other than the bank, the Human Resources Department and the board of the day, as to what my compensation was. There was no tax purpose to the Panamanian nominee entity at all. None.
Okay. Why go to Panama?
Actually,
there are a few other...
No, looking back on it from 15 years later, clearly Panama looks strange, but it was simply a nominee entity. I didn't choose Panama. It was a nominee entity that was obviously the sort of structure that at a particular time our Swiss private bank was putting in place.
You do understand how this looks today, do you?
I understand that it looks puzzling to people, and I understand it looks and it looks difficult and suggests that there might have been other reasons related to tax, but there were not. I have been UK tax resident since 2003. I have paid UK tax on my worldwide earnings for HSBC.
Does that include shares?
Yes, I've paid
and the capital gains on any
Correct.
share?
I've paid UK tax on my HSBC dividends. I've paid UK capital gains tax on any shares that I've sold. I've paid UK tax on any UK citrus assets. All of my compensation, so if you look in the annual report and accounts and look at the fixed and variable incentive compensation, I have paid the marginal UK tax rate throughout that time on those numbers. And I've also repaid the remittance-based charge, £30,000 a year, which is clearly directed by HMRC to cover any overseas investment income that stays overseas. So I have paid UK tax on my worldwide earnings for HSBC, all my HSBC dividends, all shares that I've sold.
Mr. Flint, would you agree that as chairman you have suffered some reputational damage as a consequence of the disclosure of your chief executive's former tax arrangements?
Yes.
As finance director, you will have been aware of these arrangements, won't you?
I was not aware of the private arrangements. I was aware that up until probably a decade or so ago, what people got paid apart from the top 5, I think it was, under the Hong Kong listing rules, was a private matter. So I wouldn't have known ahead of Stuart was among the 5 highest once the Hong Kong rules required that to be disclosed. They did not require the identity of the individuals, but given his role, I guess there was fairly open speculation or understanding that he would have been one of the top 5. But before that, what people got paid was a private matter.
The board will have a risk committee.
It does.
And you've suffered some reputational damage.
Yes.
Has that risk committee examined the confidentiality arrangements for remuneration of your senior staff?
It has looked at this specifically because of the press articles in recent weeks. We actually are about the most transparent bank company today in relation to remuneration. We publish what used to be the table required under the UK's Companies
It's true,
Act.
you do have quite a high level of transparency, Mr. Flint, but I'm just trying to get at whether you had in place arrangements to handle this specific risk at board level.
I think this is...
Because damage has been done to your bank, and one would hope that a risk committee would pick this sort of thing up by asking senior executives whether there's anything about their current or past tax arrangements which could do some damage.
Maybe we should look into see whether we should...
or disclosure arrangements. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, maybe we should look to see whether we should do more. But I mean, we pay our staff very simply now into their bank accounts, which we require them to have with the group, and thereafter it's their own affairs what they do.
The answer is no. This committee hasn't looked at this.
Not specifically, no. Can I make one point though, if I may?
Briefly, if you may.
Very,
a lot of colleagues will want to.
No, very, very briefly. When Stuart became chief executive, he was living in the UK. He was running global banking and markets. He was the chief executive of Europe. When he took on the larger responsibility covering the group, he had a principal office in Hong Kong. He became the chairman of the Hong Kong Shanghai Banking Corporation. At that time, Stuart quite openly agreed, and it was indeed what the board wanted, but Stuart volunteered, that he would be fully taxable in the UK. So he did not seek to take his office to Hong Kong. He did not seek to have a split contract. He simply said, I'm going to be the chief executive of the group. The group is headquartered in the UK. It will avoid any obligation that I have to count days. I will be fully tax resident in the UK and tax resident in Hong Kong on that income.
Has already been in the media. Jesse Norman.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Galloway, you've cast yourself as the new broom sweeping out the orgy in stables at the HSBC. Can I just ask, you've said that the purpose of your tax arrangements with a Swiss bank account registered to a Panama subsidiary was purely to avoid disclosure. Why didn't you use a UK nominee company to avoid disclosure?
Well, the account is in Switzerland. The nominee structure is not relevant in the sense that the account is actually in Switzerland. And yes, to create privacy, there would have been a number of other ways.
Well, why
to
not hold the
create
accountants
privacy.
in England in that case?
Because I'm living in Hong Kong and I'm Hong Kong domiciled and I'm non-resident at that point in time.
Hold the account somewhere that doesn't have a favourable tax regime?
No, but as I say, at the time this account was opened, I was working in Hong Kong, living in Hong Kong, was non-resident, and had paid Hong Kong tax on those amounts.
When a Hong Kong nominee company presumably could have done the job for you.
Yes, any nominee company. The point is not actually the nominee company. The point is the fact that at that time I was non-resident and I'm now resident and non-domiciled because it's the Hong Kong Shanghai Banking Corporation, and 35-year veterans to be Hong Kong domiciled is not that unusual.
Did HSBC or any part of it advise you to use the Panamanian Swiss structure that you adopted?
No, no one gave me advice. It was simply a process that took place.
Thanks. How long were you paid via a split contract?
I have not been ever paid by a split contract.
So it's only a single contract paid with money into those?
Correct. I'm taxed globally on my worldwide activities for HSBC. I do not have a split contract.
Did you receive any tax advantage from your non-domiciled status?
I have the same tax advantage that any non-dom has, which is my overseas assets are taxed on a remittance basis, and I therefore pay the £30,000 remittance-based charge each year.
Well, only since 2010. Before that, you would have paid nothing, right? You would have had a non-domiciled status. And what tax advantage would that have conferred for you for the previous 30 years?
So for most of the previous 30 years, I was living in Hong Kong, and so was non-resident. And I have followed absolutely the letter of the law of the non-domicile rules that are published under the fiscal laws of this country.
But to be clear, the difference would have been the tax difference between the marginal tax rates in this country and the marginal tax rates in Hong Kong over those 30 years?
Not over those 30 years, because I have not been in the UK for those 30 years.
Right, okay. So it's a rather difficult thing to be non-dom. I mean, you have to have a parent who is a non-domiciled, or you have to adopt it by choice. And you seem to have adopted by choice, is that right?
That is correct. I have permanently made my home in Hong Kong,
So you don't have
I
any...
left in 1980.
You don't have any other ties with this country? You don't own property? Your children don't go to school here? You don't have...
My children don't go to school here.
Or haven't?
My children have gone to school here. They have been boarding here. But I have made a choice to be domiciled in Hong Kong and meet the criterion that are set out quite clearly on page, I think it's 32 of that tax advice document.
So you've renounced all ties with this country as part of that process?
I've been posted back here by HSBC and I will return to Hong Kong.
And how long have you been in this country as a non-dom?
I have been back here since 2003.
So this is 12 years. And how long do you expect to continue to be here under your current posting?
Until such time as I retire from this job.
So it could be 20 years.
Until such time as I retire from this job.
So it could be, the anomaly is that you could have worked for a UK bank for 50 odd years, or UK head office bank. You could have lived in this country for 20 years, and yet you could still be resident as a non-domicile, or registered as a non-domicile for tax purposes.
But the important point is that I have paid UK tax on my worldwide earnings for HSBC, my dividends on my HSBC shares, the capital gains tax on my HSBC shares during that entire period. So the amount of tax I have paid is the fair and appropriate amount of tax, because the absolute lion's share of my earnings have been taxed at UK marginal tax rates.
And if I may, the Hong Kong Shanghai Banking Corporation was not a UK company until a holding company was put on top of it when it came to the UK in 1992 and acquired Midland.
So until that time, from your point of view then, Mr. Gulliver, you had successfully taken yourself offshore for tax purposes?
I was working in Hong Kong, in Japan, in the United Arab Emirates, in Malaysia, for the bulk of my working life until I was posted back here. So I have spent as much time in my adult life living in Hong Kong as I have in the UK.
Thank you very much.
Question around.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gulliver, you recently said that it seems to me that we are holding large corporations to higher standards than the military, the church or the civil service. What's the basis of these comparisons?
Yes, I think that probably didn't land particularly well, so I would appreciate the opportunity to clarify. When I made that comment, what I was trying to convey is the challenge that any leader encounters when they're not in the same place as all their employees at all the time. And what matters in running a company that's in 70 countries, has 257,000 people and 52 million clients is that you hire the best people, you put in place rigorous controls, processes, you have a values system, there is accountability for breaches of those values, you have a robust compliance function, and that you structure the company in a way that you can control it. But the point I was making is, and we've done a lot of that. Douglas and I have massively restructured this firm since 2011. We've sold 77 businesses. We've cut the headcount from 310,000 to 257,000. But the point I was making is no system will ever be totally infallible, and no leader of any organisation could ever guarantee that it would be. But what I was trying to say...
Mr. Gulliver, no other institution that you've used as a comparison has presided over the kind of controversy and scale
I completely
of what's
agree. The comparisons were wrong.
With the Swiss example.
What I was merely trying to illustrate is I was answering a question that said, could you 100% guarantee this could never happen again? And what I was really saying is, look, we've put in place systems, processes, controls, people to ensure, and consequences, and a values network to reduce to a very, very minimal level, but it's not possible to give a 100% guarantee, but we absolutely believe we're now capable of meeting all of our stakeholders' expectations.
So,
I agree the comparisons were not good.
So let's just, for argument's sake, accept that you are making genuine attempts to correct what went wrong in the past. But in the light of the evidence you were giving to my fellow member earlier, where all sorts of rather complex measures seem to have been taken place in your own affairs, how do you feel, do you really believe that the public will have trust in your management and leadership in the light of what's happened?
I think you have to look at the track record of what I've done since I've been the Group CEO of HSBC. So I took charge of the company in the 1st of January 2011, and I have completely restructured it. We used to be run as 88 separate countries reporting into the CEO. We used to be run basically with individual country fiefdoms. I've changed that from a federal structure to a unitary structure. I have sold 77 businesses. I have substantially reduced the headcount of the firm. We'll talk later about what we've done to improve the controls in the private bank. So I think if you look at the track record of what I've done, that's what I would hope the British public could see, is that the action steps I've taken leave HSBC in a better place today than it was 5 years ago.
Thank you. Can I turn to Mr. Flint? You've been on the board for a considerable length of time, since 1995 is my understanding. When and how were the risks arising from HSBC's Mexican and Swiss acquisitions and the subsequent operations debated by the board?
Thank you. Can I just say in opening too that I share the comments that Stuart made at the beginning about the shame that we feel with what happened in Switzerland, and I take my share of responsibility. In relation to the acquisitions, one of the most challenging aspects of considering any acquisition of scale, and it's a reflection that...
Sorry, did you debate? Was this debated
yes,
at all?
Yes, it was. Yep. No, what I'm saying is one of the most difficult aspects of any acquisition is looking at the execution risk that takes place when you incorporate an organisation in a different country, potentially with a different culture based on nationality or whatever.
But Swiss bank accounts, it's, you know, the world, it's
no,
famous for... Sorry, but some of these cases, I don't understand your answer. Could you just answer my question, sir? When was this debated in the board?
They were debated as the acquisitions were considered. Our ability to integrate them and control them was discussed before we made a commitment to acquire Mexico or the banks that we acquired, of which the Swiss private bank was a subsidiary.
Okay, and what sort of risk assessments were made, if any?
A huge amount of integration planning was done. We did the due diligence that we were able to do on every acquisition. It depended on whether it was a public company or not, as to whether we could get access to the really detailed information. If it were a public company, there's a very limited amount of information that one can get access to. But the most important thing is in every acquisition of any size, there's a 100-day integration plan that looks at every single step that will be taken across every aspect of the business to get in there, to understand the risk, to understand the control system and begin to embed a control system that fits our standards if we believe that that is necessary. All of the acquisitions that you've mentioned came with a significant challenge of integration, and that was part of the decision metrics as to whether we could do that, whether we had the resources, the human resources, the technology resources, and the risk appetite for that integration. And that was part of the decision-making process. Then we had to execute.
What's not clear to us is how much action was taken to mitigate to mitigate the risks.
Sure.
And how much complicity there was, unwittingly or wittingly, in turning a blind eye, as it were. And I'm not really clear about that, and perhaps the chairman will be able to pick up on this point. Can I just finish off with a couple of questions about the safeguards that you've, Mr. Gulliver, you've mentioned that the changes that you've put in place. But you have alluded in your comments recently that there are, and today as well, there are not sufficient guarantees. How confident do you feel as a board and as a senior management team that this won't happen again, given what you're saying about some of the
No, that's a very fair question. I would say that we feel confident that we have made considerable changes to our Swiss private bank. We have reduced the number of clients that we have in the Swiss private bank from 30,000 to 10,000. We have reduced the assets under management by 42%, from 118 billion to 68. We've reduced the number of countries in which we'll actually bank clients from 150, aiming to get it down to 38. We have a tax transparency policy in place. We did a special programme on actually UK res non-dom clients requiring certification from their lawyers. We've got a cash handling policy in place now, which actually some of which caused a bit of a storm in the UK last year because we applied the same restrictions on cash everywhere. We've ended hold mail accounts. We've ended bearer share accounts. We put in place what we call global standards, but it's a policy on money laundering and sanctions, which is what we had to do after our deferred prosecution agreement. We've exited external asset managers. It's very significant.
Can I just put it to you that you mentioned some of the things that you've done. One of the concerns that the public has, partly because they're not party to the decision-making process you go through when you withdraw bank accounts from certain parties and not others, when your bank has proved it's been demonstrated has gone out of its way and is complicit, one of your subsidiary banks, in tax evasion. In other cases where there are complaints about legitimate bank account holders who've had bank accounts withdrawn, how is the public to trust you when there's such lack of transparency that you are doing the right thing in the light of what has happened? Now, in particular, the process of de-risking has exposed this, where banks are withdrawing from legitimate account holders, but in this case, you have bent over backwards to facilitate what is avoidance and evasion in the case of the Swiss bank accounts.
So my honest, straightforward answer to that is different times. So the times you're talking about where clearly the practices that we've seen taking place in the Swiss private bank, which we absolutely do not support in any way, shape or form, were in the period in the mid-2000s. These things that went on in Mexico were in the same period in the mid-2000s. The sanctions were in the same period in the mid-2000s. We are now de-risking the firm, and that's where you get this financial exclusion problem that you're referring to, of accounts being closed. It's the same process of sorting out the Swiss private bank creates this feeling of unfairness when we basically decide to close certain accounts, oftentimes because of fears around either money laundering or sanctions
but who
risk.
would trust you, given what's happened? Why should the public trust banks now? And there's no accountability, there's no transparency. The individuals whose bank accounts are withdrawn, why should banks be trusted when you've admitted yourself that there have been failures, but also the clandestine, complex ways in which things are being disguised? Why should the public trust you? Can I just ask one other point, which is, since 2010, there were 56 meetings between HSBC and ministers. Were these issues discussed about the Swiss case in any of those meetings?
So there was possibly 2 or 3 meetings that Douglas and I had with HMRC. Most of the other meetings are quite routine. I mean, we have 48,000 staff here in the UK, so 56 meetings with the Treasury is not an unusually large number over such a period. For example, I was involved with the Chancellor in terms of launching London as RMB market in the meetings when Li Keqiang came over, and indeed I went to Beijing with the Chancellor.
Was the Swiss case discussed?
Certainly I did not discuss the Swiss case with anyone in Treasury.
I don't believe so. I think all of our discussions were with HMRC.
And were routine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You said different times in answer to one of the questions from Mr. Gulliver, which is basically saying we're part of the clean-up operation, and in those days they were, or at least events were taking place which were condoned or worse. Is that right?
I am saying that we are absolutely, Douglas and I, and there's about 1,000, 2,000 people within HSBC who have been working tirelessly for the last 4.5 years to actually change HSBC and make it fit for purpose.
But to make it fit for purpose, and it wasn't fit for purpose before, was it?
I think it was evidence from the fact we've been in front of you before about Mexico, and now we're in front of you about the Swiss private bank.
You weren't fit for purpose before, and you're cleaning it up.
Fit for purpose is possibly...
I'm using your phrase.
You're using my phrase. Better controlled, and more able to do the right type of business.
Can
and actually, it's about controlling the firm.
Mr. Flint, I am going to come to you. This is as a consequence of this heap of acquisitions that took place in the late 1990s. And you were very much involved in those, weren't you,
yes,
Mr. Flint, because you were finance director for a lot of that period. Who is directly responsible, personally responsible, for having put such a heap of awful stuff onto the balance sheet? the Mexican acquisition, Safra, all this stuff that's gone sour?
Well, I think a great deal of good acquisitions were made at the same time. I think the management team at the time, of which I was clearly part, and indeed the board, made the decisions on all of those acquisitions.
Yeah, but it's collective responsibility.
It was
again.
collective.
I'm looking to see, and you were a strong supporter of the Parliamentary Commission on Banking Standards proposals for the identification of individual responsibility. What I want to know is who you think, when things go seriously wrong in this case, should be carrying the can.
But if I may, I think that I'm a great supporter of individual responsibility, but I think in terms of strategic decisions, it would be very dangerous for a single individual to be responsible, because the decision to take on a major avenue of new business or a major area of the world should not be a decision to a single individual. It should be a shared decision with the board. Ultimately, it gets approved by shareholders if it's large enough, and most of these were, and indeed gets regulatory oversight as well. But the responsibility rests with the board.
Don't you think, of course, legally it does. That's not what the Banking Commission was looking at, and what is now, at least in part, being implemented in regulation. What we need to know is which individuals should have known at the time, had the right regulatory structure been in place, that their bonus, their remuneration, their career was directly on the line. If we have collective board responsibility for everything, we'll never get to that point. The question I'm asking you is who was directly responsible or should have been,
I think
at that time?
At that time, we did not have the very much improved system we have today, where...
Was it Lord Green? Was it Bond? Was it Gagan? Who was it?
Well, I think at the time, on the basis of the information that was presented to the board, I'm very, very confident the decisions that were made were right, on the basis of the information we had at the time. Now, if you go back and say subsequent information came to light or circumstances changed, you would then, in today's world, you would go back and say, were you inadequate in terms of gathering the right information, and who would be accountable for that? Was it someone who did the due diligence, the financial analysis, or was it the strategic?
Who did do the due diligence? Who was in overall charge of that?
It was, at that time, it was a mixture of what was called group planning and internal audit.
But it wasn't the finance director, Douglas Flint?
No.
You can see the concern that there will be among so many people who feel that a key problem in banking is that individuals, even now, aren't going to be seen to be responsible for very serious banking failures and misdemeanors. I mean, the list that this bank has got involved in now is pretty long. I know it's a very large bank, so there's plenty of scope. But PPI mis-selling, if I get any of these wrong, by the way, do correct me. This is the list of regulatory problems that you've got on the go at the moment. Interest rate derivatives mis-selling, LIBOR manipulation. You're under investigation by the European Commission on Euribor manipulation, mis-selling mortgage-related bonds to Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. Forex manipulation, violation of international sanctions, weaknesses in money laundering controls, credit default swaps. You're under investigation by the US Department of Justice and Commodity Futures Trading Commission for rigging gold, silver, platinum and palladium markets. You're facing class action lawsuits relating to similar things, class action lawsuits over complicity in the Bernie Madoff fraud. Any of those wrong?
I think the only one that's not quite right is that we never faced any penalties or sanctions on LIBOR.
Okay. It's not a very happy list, is it?
It's a terrible list. And I think that, coming back to an earlier question, it was the aggregation of these issues that led the board to contemplate one of the most humbling things that's happened in my career is the recognition of all the things you didn't know, and you go and say, what could I have known or should I have known? And back to a point that Stuart made, Historically, the organisation was more like a federation. It had a kind of federal structure, and the scheme of control was there was a baseline level of standards, and then we applied the local standards. And I think that what these instances have illustrated or brought to the fore is that allowing interpretation at 88 countries, as it was at the time, was the wrong way to go, and we should centralise control. So when Stuart took over as chief executive, and I had got there a month before him as chairman, the first decision was to change the complete organisation of the firm away from a regional bias to 4 lines of business, 11 functions, and then the 5 regions on top of that.
That regional bias
to centralise control
was the responsibility of an individual that preceded you, wasn't it?
Well,
so I'm asking you who that is. That's the question I just posed to you.
No, well, it probably was set in 1865 and gone on thereafter. Well, no, it was that each chief executive decides the organisational structure that he thinks best fits the control environment of the firm. I think that the regional structure worked very well until it clearly didn't work, and now it's been changed.
Okay, so is it all sorted out now?
It's in the process of being sorted out.
So it's not yet resolved.
It's a fourth road type of job. It keeps going, and then you start at the beginning again because circumstances change.
So you're halfway through this restructuring?
I would say we...
Hang on, I'm asking the chairman.
I would say that in some respects we're more than halfway through. The management team led by Stuart has sold or closed something like 77 businesses.
Well, what are the prospects of another bit of rotten HSBC popping out of the woodwork as HSBC Switzerland did?
I think in relation to not having line of sight to what's happening at lower levels in the organisation, I think the control environment, because of the progressive implementation of a single set of standards, is very much stronger than it was in the past.
Okay.
And I think that the simplification that has been going on in terms of eliminating countries where it's not possible to get the information, the control information necessary to understand what's happening, simply because it doesn't exist in certain countries. Sadly, also in relation to certain cohorts of customers where, in fact, the information may not exist to enable us to risk assess whether we can deal with those customers safely in accordance with the regulatory standards that are put in place of us. So we have come out of
You're more than halfway through, but there's more downsizing to do.
And the environment is evolving all the time.
Okay. I must bring in colleagues.
Of course.
I've got the answer, which is that you're not yet. You've not yet reached the steady state.
And I think it will always be ongoing.
Oh, well. Theresa Pearce, I might come back to you on that.
Mr. Gulliver, just to take you back to what you said about your remuneration being paid into a Panama account, and you said it wasn't for tax purposes, it was for privacy. Privacy from who?
I got the point.
From
Is that you?
So privacy from colleagues within HSBC.
Okay, so you didn't believe that your bank account would remain private?
Well, no, because I was a staff member and a high-profile staff member. That doesn't suggest that external customers had anything similar in terms of risk.
But you also said earlier about leading a large organisation. And would you agree that culture starts from the top?
Yes, I would agree, but there was no...
So what does it say about the culture that at the top you don't believe that bank accounts are kept private within HSBC and that your colleagues would pry into your bank account? Isn't that an odd sort of culture to have about the people you believe to be the best that you employ?
No, I can see why you would think that, but I would respectfully point out we're talking about 1998. My financial affairs are completely public. Since I became, well, they're very public now, but since I became an executive director, my compensation's been a matter of public record.
Okay, could I just
So it's a very old arrangement.
Okay, could I take you back to another thing? When you were asked if HSBC had advised you to set up that arrangement, and you said not. And you've also described how you're a non-dom and your worldwide income and all of that. Do you complete your own tax return, or do you have an accountant?
I have, no, I don't complete my own tax return. I have a lawyer that completes my tax return.
Okay, and are the fees for that paid for as part of your remuneration?
No, I pay them myself.
You pay them yourself, okay, thank you. You also mentioned hold mail accounts, but that's been stopped. When was that stopped?
That was stopped in about 2012, 2013. in both, and this is a private bank around the world.
Okay. Could you explain, just for anyone who doesn't understand, why someone would have a hold mail account?
So you would have a hold mail account. The suspicion around a hold mail account is...
No, but could you explain why why you believe someone would request to have
a
an
hold
account
mail
where
account?
no one ever writes to them about their account?
Because they don't wish the post to arrive in the place they live.
Because they're being private from their wife or the taxman?
I've no idea, but the control that we're putting in place is the taxman.
So do you not think that that's suspicious? Would the fact that somebody sets up an account with you and says, don't ever write to me about it, don't ever tell me about it...
Yes, but we won't allow that now.
But did
I have a hold mail account?
Did they
No.
complete suspicious transaction reports about people who wanted hold mail on their accounts?
So we've now stopped hold mail accounts.
But before you stopped it,
Right.
was that viewed as suspicious by
In
HSBC?
in Switzerland, it would not have been seen as suspicious. Okay? Remember, suspicious activity reports are set by the legislation of the countries,
Okay,
which has also
fine.
changed over time. So here in the UK, suspicious activity reports are tax evasion, they're sanctions, they're money laundering. In Switzerland, at that time, that would not have been a cause for a suspicious activity report, which is why, as a matter of policy, we won't do hold mail accounts.
Anymore, quite
Anymore,
recently.
absolutely. Part of the change in the private bank that we've been leading.
Okay, Mr. Flint, can I just ask you, it's been widely reported, I think it was in The Guardian, that some HSBC customers travelled to Switzerland to withdraw large amounts of cash rather than having that money wired to them. Why do you think someone might do that? Do you think that's suspicious?
Against the day standards, absolutely. There are a number of clients who like to have a large amount of cash for legitimate purposes. I think it is an absolute red flag today in terms of asking further questions.
At what point do you think it would have become a red? It's a red flag today, but how many years ago would that have been red flagged?
In Switzerland, it was quite common for people to carry cash or withdraw cash and deposit cash.
I'm sure it was very common in Switzerland.
So, in our bank, the relationship managers were charged with the responsibility of understanding their client and why that would be the case. Our manuals from the earliest days said that it was prohibited to assist clients in tax evasion. So our relationship managers were supposed to understand the client's affairs and act accordingly.
So somebody opens a Swiss bank account, they say, don't ever write to me about it, don't ever tell me about it, I don't want anything in writing, and then they appear in Switzerland and take large amounts of cash out and nobody flags that up. Is that what you're telling me?
At that time, it would not necessarily have been
Which time
in the early 2000s.
In the early 2000s. What about... we're talking about the Swiss bank account that people getting the money out. Right? What about how the money got there in the first place? What review have HSBC done of the UK suspense account system where people have put money previously, not currently, through the suspense account system in the UK to arrive in a Swiss bank account without a footprint in this country? Have you done any due diligence, any risk assessment, any reviews at all on that?
When the data was stolen and when the UK Inland Revenue got hold of the data, we cooperated from day one with them, and we did a significant number of tests around the UK customer base as to whether it was possible for cash to move from Switzerland into the UK or the other way. So we did a lot of testing around the branch system.
And
to see
how far back did that testing go? Did it go pre-2007 in the money laundering regulations?
I can't remember the specific period that it was covered. It was probably more around 2009-10 when we did the testing, because you were testing what you could see. I think it would be quite difficult to go back and see what happened 5 years prior.
So how old is it? How long is the data in the UK kept? If HMRC were going to investigate, they can go back 20 years, they can go back longer. How old is some of the data you have? Is it only
Well,
we
will have customer records going back until their
So it could be done.
I guess it could have been. And indeed, we cooperated with Inland Revenue in relation to everything they asked for.
Oh, we'll have questions for them afterwards.
No, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Okay. John Thursday.
Can I say one other thing?
Only very briefly, if you would, because a lot of colleagues want to come in.
The vast
Or you could
majority,
put it in writing.
the vast majority of our clients in Switzerland are not UK. We reckon it's a very, very small part of our customer
But
base.
it's UK tax I'm concerned.
No, but we reckon we've got something like a 2% share of UK's
Okay,
citizens
thanks
who
for
have
that
money offshore.
Okay. John Thursday.
Mr. Flint, can I come to you? In evidence to me in 2008, Chris Mears, who was at that point in charge of the Swiss operation, stated that if we get any hint that there is tax evasion, that we would deal with it, and that we prohibit our bankers from encouraging or being involved in tax evasion. That was in 2008. We now know that 3,200 accounts were in the information given to HMRC. Of those 1,100, HMRC decided there was a case to answer. This is from evidence to the Public Accounts Committee based on it. So it's a third of the accounts total had a case to answer. Of those, 500 have settled, were invited to settle and did so, I believe, and another 150 were referred for criminal prosecution. Clearly, that fact and his statement don't align easily. Was he ignorant of the facts, incompetent, or just deceiving me?
I hope none of these. It's
But
entirely.
he sure wasn't being straight.
I think I'd need to refresh my memory. I thought the question that you asked me was in relation to the private bank in the UK, not in relation to Switzerland. But
I'm asking you about the accounts that were given by the gentleman who took the data and which were handed to the French, and the French authorities, Christine Lagarde, handed it to HMRC, and those are the numbers that HMRC gave in evidence to the Public Accounts Committee, which is a third of the accounts had a case to answer, 500 were invited to settle, and 150 were referred to the Crown Prosecution Service. I don't think that accords with a competent manager stopping tax evasion, and I'm trying to reconcile the two statements.
Okay, well, part of the I can understand what you're saying. Part of the reconciliation, he was talking about facilitating. Part of the reconciliation would be these accounts could have been open a long number of years ago and lain not doing very much in between, or money not coming back to the UK. So it's possible that it was a stock rather than a flow issue in relation to the accounts. But I understand clearly what you're saying.
But the point I'm getting at, and I remember the many, I may say, fruitful exchanges which we had in the Banking Commission around culture. The point that I'm trying to get at is, if that was happening then, and we can assume it's either it's because processes weren't in place, has been stated, to find it out, and or there was a culture which sought to facilitate what clients wanted to do, which was at least avoid, if not actually evade, what they owed, both of which actions you now would not permit. How do we know that that culture has not gone sufficiently, or is not so embedded, that you're still not getting to root it out? That's what I'm asking.
Sure. I think part of it's what we've done, and I think part of it what you and others have done, in the sense that if you go back 20 years, there was no tax information exchange. It started in 1996. Very, very gradually, there was information exchange on request, which was totally ineffective because you had to specify the individual, the account number, and give a reason, so it didn't work. We're moving today towards common reporting standards. So all the major tax jurisdictions in the world have agreed, and indeed many of the smaller jurisdictions have agreed for transparency. Because of the fact that is now, I think it's 98 countries, but very, very fulsome, there's really nowhere for anyone. There is nowhere for anyone who wishes to be non-transparent in their affairs to go, and therefore it has facilitated banks who want to be totally transparent going to their customer bases and saying the only way we will deal with you if you're fully declared. So to open an account or to remain an account holder today, You have to show your residence, your domicile. You have to prove that either with a lawyer or an accountant. And you have to demonstrate on an annual basis that your affairs are up to date. If you are unable to do so or choose not to do so, you cannot have an account. That was not the case 20 years ago or even 10 years ago. So we have gone through a process of KYC, know your customer, over the last 3 years, and gone through a process of tax transparency so that the private bank globally has that information in respect of those that are in it today. That is why you can be assured, or have much greater assurance than you would have had historically.
I'm sure you understand the deep frustration that many individuals and particularly small businesses in this company feel. And there is a very strong view that good corporate citizens in this country and individuals who pay their tax because they're small get hammered by HMRC, but if they know a big bank like yours, they can avoid it in a foreign country. What are you going to do to ensure that the right tax is paid by the right corporate or individual entity in the country in which it's earned? Not least to ensure that in some third world countries they actually get the tax that is due on activities that happen there and it's not laundered out.
No, I totally understand. I mean, I think that one of the fundamental premises of banking is rule of law, because we rely on it to enforce contracts. Rule of law depends upon equality before the law, and therefore it's completely unacceptable that some people obey the law and others don't. I mean, I pay all my tax, and I find it abhorrent that others don't. So today, if you're banking outside the country of your own, where you live, you now have to be fully tax transparent.
Last question, and I've got to be quick because we're running out of time. As the chairman set out, there are a whole litany of problems which many banks have had, but you've certainly suffered from a few of them. We all want to draw a line under this. Yeah. How do we do that? Are there any other offences which you'd like to put before the dock, put before the court, as it were? I mean, what else do you want to plead to? Because we can't go on with a situation where every year somebody somewhere in banking comes out with another one. How do we know that we've actually put a full stop and cleaned it up?
That's a question the board asks quite reasonably on a regular basis. I mean, we know what we know. As investigations take place in other banks in other countries, it's always possible that something will be uncovered somewhere else where people will say, we need to look at this more broadly. I sincerely hope there are no more skeletons to the
So do we. Andy Love.
Mr Flint, can I turn to aggressive tax avoidance schemes? Has HSBC been involved in promoting or actively assisting its customers with aggressive tax avoidance schemes?
I believe not. We signed up to the bank tax charter in 2010. We've made no filings under that. We had a very, very restricted appetite in terms of corporate tax structuring. We were quite involved in aircraft leasing, which has a tax angle to it, but is a commercial arrangement. So I believe that there were isolated instances of of a number of things that are being challenged, but I believe we had a very limited portfolio. We did not have a tax structuring team in the way that some other banks have had described.
I noticed you talked about 2010. I think we're talking about slightly before that. Would you associate the comments you've made about what happened before 2010?
Yes, I would. I mean, yes, I would. I mean, I was finance director.
Okay, well, let me suggest to you that HSBC was involved in Eclipse 35, which was recently in the Court of Appeal, who ruled that the scheme was not commercially trading with a view to making a profit and as such constituted a tax avoidance scheme. Would you characterise that as aggressive tax avoidance?
I'm not able to comment on the complexity of that scheme.
What about Goldcrest?
Film financing is an area of activity that...
Eclipse 35, which is only one of these schemes, would have cost the taxpayer £625 million. And Goldcrest, minnow by comparison, would only have cost the taxpayer £17 million. But they are aggressive, and they have been outlawed, and HSBC was involved with them. How do you respond to that, the concern?
We wouldn't do them today. We stopped in 2009. It's the one area, I think, as I look back, where I think we wouldn't do it today. There's nothing else that I'm aware of.
How do you respond to the fact that criminal charges are being issued against you in Belgium, and there's a criminal investigation in France on the allegation, and I quote, that HSBC knowingly promoted serious and organised tax fraud? That's a very serious allegation to be made. Absolutely. How do you respond to that?
We have been responding to that for the last 5 years. These allegations, these charges arise out of the data that was stolen in 2006-07 and has been shared in the first instance with multiple tax authorities who've launched their own investigations, in some cases in conjunction with public prosecutors. We have been cooperating with the tax authorities in these countries and with the prosecutors over the last 5 years, and they will take their course.
I want to come back to the question that the Chairman asked about who was ultimately responsible. As you are well aware, Lord Green was the Chief Executive Officer during almost all of this time. And when you mentioned each Chief Executive changes the structure to suit what they want to achieve at HSBC, he said that what he wanted to achieve was to oversee the controls of the business through compliance and audit, and the direction of the business through strategy. Should compliance and audit have picked up on these things? Is he responsible?
Compliance and audit certainly has a role as what we call the third line of defence. The first line of defence is the customers that you have. Second line of defence is the control mechanisms within the business, and then the audit department sweeps up the time. We have significantly increased the complement and the quality, the experience of our audit teams progressively over the last 5 years.
Judge, was he responsible?
He was responsible, along with the rest of the management team, for the control environment at the time, yes.
Andy?
I can't find my quote just at the moment, but I can suggest to you that some would consider that you were responsible because you took part in the due diligence on the takeover of what the New York bank that held the Swiss private bank as part of its portfolio. You were also finance director and therefore responsible for compliance and audit, all of which should have picked up these things when they were considering takeover. Why didn't they pick those up, and how responsible do you feel for what has happened to the bank as a result of that?
I certainly share responsibility as part of the team. I wasn't responsible for compliance and audit. They reported separately at that time. I was the finance director. If I can say in relation to the US acquisition...
Well, I've now found...
I think we're going to have to move on, Andy, I'm afraid, because
let me finish this one point, because you've been tolerant with others. It says here, as finance director, he signed off on all of these acquisitions. Aren't you therefore ultimately responsible? You signed off on this acquisition of the the Swiss private bank.
I think we're going to get the answer no, but collectively responsible. Right?
Yes, I signed off. Everyone in the management team signed off on these acquisitions.
Okay, we're not going to get any further than that. Stuart Hosey.
The Chairman. The questions there were about tax avoidance, aggressive tax avoidance. And of course, there's a real issue about illegality and dealing with people who were, frankly, criminals. So, prior to the compliance reforms you've been describing, in what way did the Swiss private bank's policies on dealing with people at risk from money laundering or criminal activity fall below the standard you've now set? What was it they did, or how remiss were they? Can you describe that for us?
They had a robust system of client screening to ensure that they did not accept clients that would inflict reputational damage. They had a system of monitoring clients. I think it's fair to say that it wasn't as good as it would be today. That the tools and techniques and systems are a league different from what they were 15 years ago. The amount of information we have available to us is very different from what it was. But they certainly had a system of screening clients. That doesn't mean it's foolproof, but they certainly had a system and no desire to associate the bank with any reputational damage.
Right, you described that initially there as robust, which allowed Arturo del Tiempo Marquez, a Spanish property developer operating in the Dominican Republic, to withdraw €55,000 in cash in May 2005, another $50,000 in cash 2 weeks later, another few bricks totalling €60,000 2 months after that. Mr. Gulliver described earlier how some of this stuff wouldn't have been suspicious in Switzerland at that time. Technically, it's not really robust, is it, when a man subsequently convicted of importing a ton of cocaine in some building materials is taking out big wads of cash? I wouldn't describe that as robust in the slightest, and neither would any ordinary person watching this.
If I may, of course they wouldn't, and neither would I. One of the we cannot talk about individual accounts, but one of the things, if I can maybe just make a few contextual remarks, one of the challenges that we face in responding to this data that was stolen is, paradoxically, it was stolen through a systems upgrade to try and enhance control. So there was a system migration, so the data was moving from a number of systems onto a system that would improve control. There were many problems with the migration, and during that time, this individual sold the data, subsequently tried to sell it, and then the rest is history. The data he stole at various points in time. So, if I may, some of the revelations that have been made are accurate, but there isn't a timeline, i.e., the accounts that have been mentioned clearly were within the data, so you would be entitled to believe they had an account at some point in time. You don't know, in one of the cases, the account was closed in 1991. The vast majority of all the accounts that have been disclosed were closed, most of them a very long time ago. Some were closed even before we bought the bank that became a major part of our private banking operation. A lot of the other accounts were closed before we did. A lot of the other accounts were closed in a short period after we bought it. And in a great number of cases, because we've gone back and looked, any evidence of criminality or being put on the world checklist that was used to check for political exposure, criminality, allegations of bad behaviour, those entries were made after the account was long gone. Now, there are other ones where there are serious questions to be asked, and no doubt will be asked. But there isn't a timeline. You've got a bunch of accounts that were in the bank at some point, and evidence that some of those people had very difficult records. The question is, did they have those records when they were taken on, and were their accounts closed before those records were established? And I don't know the answer to all of that.
No, and we can't know the answer to all the specifics. The point I made with that one case is that it was self-evident something was going wrong. And the question I really want to ask, notwithstanding the defence you're making, is in the Swiss private bank, in terms of its anti-money laundering compliance responsibilities, did the bank take them seriously, or were they simply a hurdle to get past in order to serve as a client?
No, I believe they took them. We are suffering from horrible reputational damage. A bank lives on its reputation. No bank wants to associate itself with activities, behaviours, or clients that will do it damage. No bank of any size. So I do not believe they had systems of control. We may say with hindsight they weren't as effective as it were, but as I said, some of those accounts were closed a long time before the individuals were identified as having deficiencies in their character or criminal allegations made against them or even charged. It's also the case that in a number of cases, the accounts that were open for people who had, in fact, we still have accounts open where they've been blocked by prosecutors who want to hold the money until they've prosecuted the individual in accordance with the law.
I understand that. Okay, let me ask this question a third way, and this will be the final question. You began to make serious changes to the way this was managed in 2011, but there were anti-money laundering rules in place as early as 1994, which predated your appointment in 1995. Why did it take so long from the old rules in 94 to the changes you only started putting in place a couple of years ago, given what we now know, and I assume many inside the bank at a high level knew within the last 3 or 4 years?
If I may, the enhancement to our Know Your Customer and anti-money laundering procedures and controls started way back in 2000 after we brought together what were 13 or 14 disparate businesses within HSBC with the bank that we had acquired because it was individually larger than the other pieces that were brought together to form what we call group private banking today. So there's been a program of continuous upgrade of our capabilities. It's also the case that the rules changed. Today, tax evasion is a predicate of money laundering. That is a very recent addition to the screening that was done. And indeed, the screening that we're required to do, and we talked about this when we were before you on Mexico, the screening historically was much more passive than it's required to be today. It was much more passive. Today we've got to go into much more detail and not only know our customer, but know our customer's business more intimately and know our customer's customers more intimately
many
than
of
we're
us
ever
are quite
required to
familiar
do.
with this and helpful evidence, but we are short of time today. Mark Garnier.
Mr. Flint, you were the Group Finance Director and were taken on in 1995. And then in 2010, your responsibility was enlarged to that of Executive Director of Risk and Regulations. In 2008, I think it was, Mr. Falciani is arrested, presumably for stealing this data.
Yeah.
Were you aware at the time that he had been arrested?
Yes.
As part of the board. So as part of being Group Financial Director, you knew what was going on. What did you... now, I think it's fair to say that as CFO, you're not necessarily going to want to take an interest specifically into conduct problems, are you? But as the Director of Risk and Regulation, presumably that would come under your remit. So in 2010, when you were appointed as Group Regulator and Risk, what action did you take then to find out what was going on in the Swiss bank?
Well, I was part of the board, part of the management team in 2008. So I was already involved. I mean, collectively we were massively engaged. The first major exercise that was done was to identify the system's weakness that had allowed the data to be extracted. So we did a significant exercise in Switzerland looking at data privacy and data security, because that clearly had fundamentally failed, and we extended that obviously to other places that we thought might be at risk of that as well. At that time, we were simply not aware of what had been stolen. The first indication that we were given, because I think the first indication that Falciani gave to, I think it was the French authorities, he showed them 7 accounts. And we didn't know whether he had 7 accounts or what turned out to be almost the entirety of a segment. So at that point in time, we started with data security.
I mean, as I say, when you took over specific responsibility for risk and regulation, I mean, this would absolutely come under your remit then. I mean, as I say, CFO, not necessarily that specifically interested,
Yes.
but now you take personal responsibility, presumably, as the risk and regulation director. Further on to John Thursay's questions, I mean, what contact did you then have with Chris Mears and Clive Bannister, who were specifically running the private bank? Because what I'm trying to get at is, obviously, we've brought in the Banking Reform Act, and this has a senior managers regime. And what I'm keen on here is to try to understand how it, if you like, didn't work then, and how it's changed under the senior managers regime now. So going back to 5 years, what conversations did you have with Chris Mears and Clive Bannister as the Director of Risk and Regulation to find out, you know, as your outlier, if you like, running that thing? What were they doing about it?
Well, two things. As you said, I was in 2010 when the then CEO decided to reorganise management accountabilities. It was agreed then that risk should be represented on the board, and therefore risk was added to my responsibilities, and also regulation. So, which is kind of what I did as finance director anyway. Within the audit committee, throughout the period of the 2000s, the private bank got a significant amount of attention because the integration challenges in bringing together what were 13 or 14 pieces of HSBC with the pieces that had been acquired from CCF, Trinkhouse and Burkhardt and Safa Republic was a major challenge, and it was slower in terms of its integration than we had hoped, largely because there were blockages around getting a culture that was really around individual relationship managers into a much more controlled environment. So that was coming to the audit committee. It was also coming to the management committee and the risk management meeting of the bank. So Chris Mears and Clive Bannister before him were appearing at all those committees and the audit committee of the board to explain progress and to be given targets.
Just about running out of time, but it's Chris Mears and Clive Bannister would have been paid bonuses during these periods. In retrospect, I'm not necessarily asking you to justify their bonus at the time, but in retrospect, can you see any way that they were being incentivised that may well have resulted in less than ideal decisions being made in terms of the running of...
I don't believe so, no. I don't believe that remuneration would have played an impact in the way, because in fact they were actually also being held for their integration progress, which was nothing to do with the profitability of the business. All of our remuneration for those individuals, all individuals, is discretionary, so it's not linked to performance per se.
Can I ask you just one question? When you come in front of this committee, I always ask you the same question. I'll ask it to you again. What discussions are the board of HSBC having about moving your domicile out of the UK?
We have had no discussions about moving the domicile.
So you're committed to the UK?
We're committed to being in the best place for HSBC.
Okay. Is that the UK?
It is today.
Been the today. David Ruffley.
Mr. Flint, do you accept that the public expect atonement for these transgressions?
Totally.
And don't you think that atonement should take the form of people, individuals, accepting individual and personal responsibility? Because you haven't given us much comfort in that respect. What's the answer?
I believe in personal accountability.
Yeah.
And I do believe people should be held responsible for what they have direct oversight over when they have failed, yes.
Now, Mr. Mears and Mr. Bannister were the heads of the Swiss private bank.
The head of group private banking globally, much more than just Switzerland.
Yeah, but it was in there. Yes. They were ultimately overseeing. Should they be held responsible? These two individuals.
They certainly bear fairly direct responsibility for what went on in the private bank during their stewardship. Yes.
Were their bonuses linked to the revenues and the profits generated at the Swiss private bank?
No.
They were not?
No.
If they were individuals who are responsible, who do you think those are for the Swiss private bank shambles?
Most accountable, I think, are the management in Switzerland. They had it's very difficult, and I feel uncomfortable saying this because I know the follow-up question. It's very difficult for people outside of Switzerland to get any access to the detailed account level information in Switzerland. That is something that only the management on the ground can have access to for all the privacy and secrecy reasons. So the individuals, I think, that are most accountable both for the data theft, i.e. the weakness that allowed that to happen, and for behaviour that was unacceptable in relation to our standards, are the management on the ground in Switzerland. And I think, looking deeper than that, I think we were all let down, and the most culpable people are the relationship managers who did what they did. but clearly there was a failure to governance them as well as they should have been.
Are there any provisions that you are actively seeking to trigger to claw back any of the benefits?
This is so long ago. A clawback didn't exist, and on all remuneration for those individuals has long gone. It's fair. What I should say is there is a very small number of people who were around at that time still in the bank. Most of the people left either with their clients, or we closed parts of the business so that they no longer work for us.
How many of those at the Swiss Private Bank are still employees of your group?
In terms of the relationship managers, it's about 30% of those who were around in 2006.
Right, and so 70% were fired or
well, left one way or the other.
Okay. In relation to a final question, Chairman.
And those that have stayed have been vetted, screened, managed to ensure that they are, so far as we can see, adopting our policies, our rules, and behaving in an appropriate way.
You've used the word ashamed in the course of your testimony, and I just want to ask this final question. It's right to say, isn't it, that the profits generated by the Swiss Private Bank contributed to the group's profits?
Less than 2%.
But they contributed.
Yes.
And you, having been on the board since 1995, you've said you accept shared responsibility. Don't you think, in the light of this shameful set of acts that that have been exposed, you should forfeit any of your past bonuses?
None of the last time I got a bonus was 2010. As finance director, none of the bonuses by design were linked to the performance of the firm, because that would be a massive conflict. I think 3 times in my career I've waived my bonus because I felt sufficient accountability, the most recent one being 2009 when we did a rights issue. I don't feel that proximate to what was happening in the private bank.
Mike Kane.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Tyree. Mr. Flint, Mr. Gulliver. Mr. Gulliver, in the public apology letter, you said that all the tax evasion issues dated back 8 years to 2007. That's correct.
That's right.
But in the HSBC annual report from 2007, it says there were 3 HSBC main directors actually on the board of HSBC Private Banking Swiss. They were Stephen Green, who was the chairman of the Swiss subsidiary, plus a Mr. Filippini, who was at HSBC non-exec, and yourself. Mm-hmm. Your fingerprints are all over this as operational, in management terms and in operational terms, at the start of this process.
So I joined the Swiss Private Bank Board in September of 2007, not in an operational role. I went on to the Swiss Private Bank Board because in 2006 I'd been given responsibility for global banking and markets worldwide, except the Swiss Private Bank, because of the secrecy laws. And actually, the Swiss Private Bank had a substantial balance sheet and was taking interest rate risk on that balance sheet. So I joined that board in order to oversee that interest rate risk. I was not on its audit or risk committee. I was not involved in its day-to-day management.
You were involved in that aspect of the business?
I sat on its board, and you'll see from 2008 onwards, we started to restructure that private bank. For example, we started to exit US clients in 2008, because that was the time at which UBS had its whistleblower and LGT had its data theft.
So you and Mr. Green were sat in Canary Wharf oblivious to what was going on in 2007?
Well, 2007 predates when I joined the board. These are instances that we're talking about here predate the third quarter of 2007.
No operational control about what was going on in Switzerland at the time?
No, I was running global banking and markets globally. At that time, either Chris Mears or Clive Bannister was running the private bank.
Do you not think it's grossly negligent as directors that you were turning a blind eye for at least a year in that instance?
We would not have been turning a blind eye. There would have been audit reports and board reports, none of which surface individual client activities.
We're saying that nobody's going to be punished for this. you yourself, with your own tax affairs, looked like you were at the outer limits of aggressive tax avoidance. Do you think you have the moral authority to carry on this change process in HSBC?
I don't think that the non-dom laws, which are quite clear, would represent aggressive tax avoidance. And I believe the changes that I have made to the firm clearly demonstrate the sincerity of my desire to actually improve HSBC.
Would you consider yourselves fat cats?
You would have to define fat cat for me to be able to comment more meaningfully on that.
Have you ever met anybody who's had their benefits sanctioned because they avoided, they had a second job which they didn't declare to the benefits agent?
Not.
You've not? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gold. Thank you, Mr. Flint.
Look, Sean.
Chairman, can I ask you, a number of colleagues have pressed on this point with regard to taking personal responsibility for what went wrong in Switzerland. Ms. Gulliver, you told us that you were on the board. Ms. Flint, you were the finance director. Could I just put it to you once more? Will you tell us whether you're prepared to take any personal responsibility for the problems that took place in your Swiss organisation?
I've said, and I think Stuart has as well, we share responsibility as part of the management team.
Okay, so you're not actually prepared to take personal responsibility for your part as finance director, as a member of the board? Because I have to say to you that people watching this, in the court of public opinion, our constituents, your customers, will actually find you quite wanting in not being willing to take personal responsibility. I just say that to you, so I ask you one more time, are you prepared to take personal responsibility for the part you played in what happened in your Swiss operations?
I'm sorry, I think that saying that I have shared responsibility does accept personal responsibility, but it doesn't say I am responsible for everything that happened in a subsidiary that represented somewhere between 0.5% and 1% of our business. I don't have that line of sight, but I'm ashamed of what happened, and I was part of the management structure during that time, so I have a shared responsibility which I accept.
Well, generally in most organisations, when you're at the top, the buck stops with you. And in your cases, you're saying the buck doesn't stop with you.
Well, if
I may, the buck clearly stops with me from 2011 when I became Group CEO, and the buck clearly stopped with me the whole time I was running Global Banking and Markets, which is why the board deducted £1.75 million from my compensation in respect of foreign exchange.
Okay, you've said you've had a clean-up. You said there were some starters clean-up in 2008, and then I think from 2011 the phrase complete overhaul has been used. But could I just ask you to reflect on Sue Shelley, who is a former head of compliance in Luxembourg at your private bank, and she said that she was, and I quote, she was fired for pointing out compliance failures as recently as 2013. Would you like to comment on that?
Surely. Sue Shelley was the area compliance officer in Luxembourg. Her job was to escalate concerns when she considered that they were not being dealt with in a timely manner or she had pushback. She escalated them both to local management and to her functional heads in London. We've investigated the escalations that she made, and they were appropriately dealt with. She did her job. She escalated concerns. She was supported locally.
Okay, so can I ask you, if that's what she did, Ms. Flint, why was she fired for pointing out, as she says herself, she was fired for pointing out compliance failures? The point I'm trying to get to is that you've come here, you're not prepared to take personal responsibility, you're telling us you're going through a clean-up, but at the end of the day, 2 years after the start of that complete overhaul, you have senior members of staff in part of your private banking, okay, it's in Luxembourg, saying that they're being fired for trying to basically whistleblow. That's unacceptable, isn't it?
It would be unacceptable, but that is not my understanding of the facts. That is not what happened.
She was not fired because she was a whistleblower. And I think to respect her privacy, perhaps we could suggest we could write to the committee and explain why she actually left HSBC.
Can I ask you one final question, which is to do with what happens in Swiss private banking? Do you think part of the reason that your Swiss private banking operation carried on the way it did is because it was just normal to do that in Switzerland? Or are you some sort of outlier and everybody else did things the right way and HSBC were the ones who did it the wrong way?
I certainly don't think we are an outlier. As I said, one of the massive improvements in tax transparency over the last 15 years has been the move towards common reporting standards.
Okay.
No, if I may, so when the Swiss agreement was put in place between the UK and Switzerland, we paid $27 million under that agreement. The agreement collected $1.1 billion. So you can see our share of that agreement. We are about 2%.
I know we're pressed for time, so just to say to you then, so what you're saying is that HSBC Private Banking in Switzerland behaved no differently to any other Swiss bank based doing private banking in Switzerland. Is that correct or not?
On the basis of the disclosures that have been made under the Swiss agreement and the amount of money that's been collected and our share of it, there must have been many others making declarations.
Okay.
From the UK taxpayer information, we know 30% have either paid back money or have found themselves in being investigated for fraud. Right. Very serious indeed. John Mann.
How many suspicious transaction reports have you reported to the authorities in the last 7 years, Mr. Flint?
In globally or tens of thousands?
Probably hundreds of thousands.
Hundreds of thousands.
The October 2013 Swiss regulator fine for money laundering from Tunisia, was that for activities before or after 2010?
In which one?
The October 2013 fine by the Swiss authorities on your bank.
I'd need to brief myself on that.
So you don't know about it. All right, let me give you an easier one then. The court papers that were filed in New York last week in relation to ISDA, is that activities before or after 2010?
It'll be both.
The gold fixing, is that before or after 2010?
Well, the gold fixing were with 10 banks, and that's current.
Well, the ISDA is current as well. That's before the courts. And when the CFTT commented in a judgment last October, they said that your bank had failed to adequately assess risks and lacked internal controls to detect and to deter misconduct. Am I correct, Mr. Flint?
Yes.
And yet I've just identified a series of things that have happened since 2010 in relation to your bank on misconduct that are ongoing, separate to the Swiss bank scandal. That's correct. And yet you said about 20 minutes ago, you used the phrase data theft.
Yes.
How dare you use the phrase data theft?
In what regard?
Well, you use the phrase data theft in relation to Switzerland.
Yes, our data was stolen.
Yes. And is that not a good thing?
No, I don't think it is a good thing.
That the public can find out, we can find out, regulators can find out things that you fail to look after and that you fail to report in.
We should have a system that does not rely on data theft. We should have a system with the controls within institutions.
Did you make any transactions reports on any of those more than 1,000 cases where there's suggested criminality in relation to Switzerland?
I know we made suspicious activity reports in Switzerland. I wouldn't know whether they apply to which particular customers.
You see, what I'm struggling with, Mr. Flint, is... Well, no, question first, if I could, Mr. Collins, a quick one. Just whether, with your Panamanian setup, whether Mossack Fonseca was involved directly or indirectly in that.
I have no idea, and actually that structure no longer exists.
Coming back to you, Mr. Flint, I mean, you're the insider's insider here. You've been there all the way through. You've not apologised for anything other than Switzerland, and yet the chairman gave you a whole range of other criminalities that, under your watch, the bank's been involved in, including 2010. So my real question to you is, and you moan about data theft, bringing this forward, why haven't you sacked Mr. Gulliver?
because I think he's doing an excellent job. We were both taken on, we were both invited by the board to take our current positions.
In that case, why haven't you then resigned yourself? Because if Mr. Gulliver's not responsible, you're responsible.
Well, in 2010-11, we were invited by the board to take our respective positions after the worst financial crisis since the 1930s, to embark upon a period of massive regulatory reform and restructuring of the bank. And that's an activity that we continue to prosecute with all our endeavour and with all the hours that we have in the day. And it's a job we want to finish.
You come here, you call whistleblowing that exposes major criminality, data theft instead of whistleblowing. You have a whole series of other criminalities within your bank. There's a whole heap of dodgy characters who are banking through you, from major drug cartels to people defrauding Tunisia and other states across the world, all choosing HSBC. Has your share value in the last few weeks gone up or gone down? And has your profitability in the last year gone up or gone down?
Our profitability in the last year has gone down in part because of a significant incremental cost, about $700–800 million in the last year, in enhancing compliance and controls. So we have not put profitability anywhere in the way of enhancing the control environment. We are spending a huge amount of money.
Well, final question to Mr. Flint, because it's in your powers either to get rid of Mr. Gulliver or go yourself. But this statement from Mr. Gulliver, let me put it to you, about it seems to me we're holding large corporations to higher standards than the military, the church or the civil service. So is this level of criminality in the Church of England? Would the Archbishop of Canterbury in his job, or would he be in a monastery praying for forgiveness? And if there was such criminality in the armed services, do you think that everyone in the top brass in the military would be keeping their job, or do you think someone would be apologising and resigning for presiding over it? And therefore, why are you not resigning or sacking Mr. Gulliver?
Well, I think Mr. Gulliver is doing an outstanding job, and I have absolutely every confidence in him, as does the board. Many of the things you've talked about are not criminality. They may become so, but they're investigations, wide-ranging investigations with many, many industry parties. So I think it's beyond the facts today to say that those are evidence of criminal activity. They're evidence of regulatory investigation.
Steve Baker.
Mr. Flint, you said earlier that a bank lives on its reputation, I think.
Yes.
And do you think that's felt most acutely amongst your international staff?
I think it's felt really acutely amongst all of our staff. And I can tell you over the last few weeks it's felt really, really acutely amongst our customers, but also our staff's families. They do not recognise what is being said in the paper. It is not the organisation they've devoted their careers to. And we need to have an organisation that they are proud to work for. So it has been devastating for HSBC, and therefore we have a huge challenge to repair.
Well, that could not be clearer, and you therefore expect Mr. Gulliver to defend that reputation.
Absolutely.
Mr. Gulliver, how much does HSBC spend advertising in the Telegraph?
So we spend advertising in the UK in the media £31 million a year, of which only 15%, £4.6 million, is spent on print media. And the top 5 newspapers that we advertise in are the Metro, the Evening Standard, the Telegraph, the Times and the Daily Mail.
So you're saying the Telegraph is the 3rd biggest newspaper in the UK out of a 4.6 million print budget?
It's the 3rd biggest that we spend money on advertising in. And then we also spend a chunk of money advertising on digital, of which the biggest one that we advertise with is The Guardian, and the second biggest is The Independent. And decisions around advertising are made by our marketing department, and the buying decisions are then made by WPP.
Has HSBC ever removed or halted advertising as a result of the newspaper publishing negative stories?
So there is one incident which you're aware of, which is when the Telegraph wrote about the data theft in Jersey, where we did not pull but simply postponed some advertising in the Telegraph. The money was contractually paid over, and when the advertisements were run was delayed. The decision was a commercial decision. Remember, I'm running a global business where advertising is about getting to sell more products and services, where we felt that nobody with their right mind was going to buy an HSBC mortgage or credit card with the juxtaposition of our adverts with that coverage. So that was postponed by a matter of months, but there was no financial change whatsoever. The money had already been committed by contract to the Telegraph.
And apart from postponement, which you've just explained was for commercial reasons, has any pressure ever been applied to the Telegraph?
No, because we realised that actually having a free and vibrant press creates the very body of those publications that supports our advertising and therefore makes them credible for our clients.
And have you personally ever been in touch with a major newspaper in order to express a view about the bank's reputation?
No, I have not.
You've not personally?
No, I have not.
Peter Oborne also said that Murdoch McLennan, the chief executive of the Telegraph, was, quote, determined not to allow any criticism, unquote, of HSBC in the newspaper. Can you explain why it is that he should take that view? Is it anything to do with the £250 million loan which the Telegraph has with HSBC? And have you ever used that loan as leverage over the Telegraph?
So it's very difficult for me under banking confidentiality to talk about a client, but we do not lend any money to the Telegraph at all.
Okay, well, that's very interesting. It stands in contrast to the brief. What steps will you now be taking in relation to the media to help rebuild your reputation?
The advertising budget and 40% spent on TV is controlled by the marketing department. It is not controlled by the lending bankers and not controlled by the executives.
Mr. Chairman, I've noticed a division. I'm actually, that's fine.
Thank you very much for coming to give evidence. It's just possible we may not have exhausted all the questions we want to ask, but we have for today, and we have another session starting immediately after this division. Let's hope these controls you're putting in place are effective, the ones that you said on which we should be able to rely in your institution. It certainly seems that whistleblowing, which you want to see rewarded and celebrated, is not yet doing sufficient of the heavy lifting in your organisation. It's work in process sorting out HSBC by the sounds of it. Thank you very much for giving evidence to us this afternoon. this data, the data that was obtained from the French authorities, came under heavy restrictions, didn't it? And to what extent has that cramped your style?
Chair, thank you. Yes, the data that we received from the French in April 2010 came under very strict international treaty conditions, which limited its use to tax purposes only and prevented us from sharing the data with other law enforcement authorities for investigating potential other offences. I have to say, I'm pleased to say that on the 23rd of February, so earlier this week...
Sorry, I just wanted to, if I could have an answer to the question, then we'll come on to any good news you might have.
Okay.
What I'd like to know is how that cramped your style.
Well, what that meant is that we could use the data for the purposes of tax crimes and tax issues. We could not share it with our colleagues in wider law enforcement, and we could not use it, for instance, for wider offences such as money laundering.
And you couldn't...
And we couldn't, therefore, triage it against other people's data to see whether what we could see and what others could see would make a more comprehensive picture put together.
So you couldn't share it with any other UK body?
No.
And if
well,
I just
other
be
than
more
the CPS,
precise
I should
about
mention CPS, because obviously they're our prosecuting authority, so clearly the data that we discuss with them to consider individual prosecutions, but that's in their function in progressing our tax.
We're now 5 years down the road. I just want to get clarity about what you would have been doing in those 5 years had you been given a free rein.
Well, we are increasingly...
What have we missed out on?
Well, what we've missed out on potentially are wider offences and the ability to interrogate the data with colleagues. And as I say...
I'm terribly sorry, what do you mean by that, interrogate the data with colleagues?
I might invite Jennie to explain, but essentially, if you are gaining data from more than one source, you have the opportunity to enrich the data that you've got. One of the big challenges for us with the Swiss data is it was poor quality data, it was stolen from another jurisdiction. That government and that institution were not in any way collaborating with us to improve the quality of the data, and therefore it proved of limited value in a number of our investigations.
Right, are there rumours there's good news afoot now?
Well, yes.
Have we finally, 5 years later, got
Yes.
a bit of good news to tell from France on this?
We do, and I should say we were incredibly grateful for the data. We've got 120 million of tax and about 15 million of penalties in from what we got, which is, we think, the tax that was due. But on the 23rd of February, the French have formally confirmed to us that we can share the stolen HSBC Swiss data with our law enforcement agencies and regulators for the pursuits of pursuing wider offences. And we have arranged our first multi-agency meeting to discuss what we do with that data next week under Jennie's teams.
So 5 years later, we're finally going to get on with some of the things you said that you would like to have done much earlier. If it had been the French authorities asking the British authorities for this information, how long would it have taken them to get it?
Well, it does depend on what the request is for.
Well, I'm asking for a reciprocal case.
Yeah, well, I think we are keen to collaborate internationally, and we do so. You know that HMRC has strict rules, so we need a legal gateway. But I think we are more able, through our legal gateways, to share with the whole of government, whereas one of the things the French do is they like to share department to department. So this was tax authority to us, not tax, to tax authority, not tax authority to British government.
I'm sorry to press you, but in a reciprocal case, how quickly might the French have got hold of this?
Well, we will share data in a matter of days on some events. I'm sure I'm bound to bring someone out of the closet who will tell me that we took longer, but I think it.
So we're talking about weeks or months rather than 5 years.
We would certainly strive to be as helpful as we could, as quickly as we can. And yes, I think it has taken us a long time to get to this point. I would want to emphasise that we have achieved a great deal with the data the French gave us.
Well, you've already mentioned that. No doubt we have more opportunities to do so. But what we're what we're illustrating with this is
we had serious limitations.
Is that we would have, yes, you had serious limitations. It would have been helpful to have had this data much earlier. We would supply it to the equivalent authority, in this case the French, much earlier. And it's telling us, bearing in mind we're trying to track down here tax evaders, we're trying to track down criminal activity. We need a good deal more international cooperation in this field, don't we, to deal with tax evasion?
And I'm sure if we get the chance, and I think you've heard a little bit this afternoon, I think the landscape has changed dramatically, and we have some substantially greater powers
not in
now.
France.
In France as well, because they have been part of the international work to create a common reporting standard.
That's as may be, but it hasn't helped them deliver this any quicker, has it?
With regard to this particular data, it hasn't.
No, so it would have been much more helpful if we could have had it earlier from the French. I'll let Mrs. Granger in now, who's been itching to say something for some time.
I have. And I'm not sure
and
Jennie
then
has
Steve
appeared
Baker.
in front of TSC before.
Yes.
I think this might be the first occasion you've met.
It is
well,
indeed.
welcome aboard.
Thank you.
We're all ears now for
Thank you. I
thought.
did want to say something about how we do share data now, because I think it might be reassuring for the committee, and indeed work a lot more internationally together. We actually have very good collaboration with the French and indeed other European authorities. Probably what is most in the news is tobacco smuggling and other areas, but I would want to emphasise, I think these days we do much better. In terms of sharing it more broadly here in the UK, we quite routinely these days through legal gateways work with the National Crime Agency, DWP and others, so it's often a huge advantage to us to be able to compare our data, to be able to, for example, help them detect organised criminals. So that is lots of reasons why we want to be able to share this data more broadly.
Thank you very much. Steve Baker.
Is simplicity the key to fighting tax avoidance?
I think that's a bit of a simplistic statement, I'm afraid, Mr. Baker. Obviously, if there is great clarity and good evidence, it's easier to pursue, particularly in criminal proceedings. But I think what I would say is the most important aspects of a successful criminal prosecution for us will be both the quality of the evidence and, in particular, the evidence chain, and then collaboration between us and other agencies, which might be other law enforcement agencies or other countries, but might also be other institutions. It's not always simplicity, no.
I'll put it a different way. I know that I am not conversant with the entire tax code. It's way too long, and I'm sure some colleague here will correct me, I'm pretty sure that no member of Parliament in this great august body which legitimises that tax code, no other member of Parliament is familiar with that tax code from one end to the other. Are any of you familiar with the tax code from one end to the other?
I'm certainly not. We would both my colleagues are tax experts, and I'd be disappointed if they didn't know every piece of legislation inside out. Now, of course, we accept that our tax system is incredibly complex.
Yes.
What I would say is that our approach to dealing with people takes into account their circumstances, and throughout, whether this is offshore evasion, whether this is activity onshore, if people come to us and disclose and say, I'm not sure what I'm doing here, we will always treat them with greater support than if we have to go and find them, because we do understand that there's complexity. So one very good example of that at the moment, and it has been so for the last 3 years, we've got about 700,000 time to pay arrangements, mainly with small businesses and individuals where they've got behind. Some of that will be error, as well as straight inability to pay, and we give them time to sort out. I would love our tax system to be simpler. I'm not holding my breath for it to be so.
So is HMRC committed to a simpler tax system?
We take all the opportunities we can, but I think we are committed to making it easier to understand, even if legislatively it remains more complex.
Now, of course, I led with avoidance there. A similar question with evasion. When it actually comes to, does that behaviour comply with the law or not? To what extent would a simpler tax code assist on the question of evasion?
Well, I might ask Edward
I think if you're looking at criminal
things.
evasion and criminal prosecutions, then we are mainly relying on common law offences of cheating the revenue, conspiring to cheat the revenue, fraudulent under-declaration, and actually the complexity of the underlying law is not really the question. It's the evidential question of whether someone had the intention and did actually cheat the revenue. So the issue of evasion and simplicity are not so closely linked as the issue of avoidance, where complexity of the tax rules do give rise to opportunities for avoidance, which are addressed in a number of ways through targeted anti-avoidance rules and by attempts, whether through the Office of Tax Simplification or otherwise, to simplify the tax rules.
Now, one of the reasons I asked about your role as HMRC, and indeed the Office for Tax Simplification, perhaps you'd say a word in a moment about your relationship with them, is that I'm quite sceptical now of Parliament's ability to simplify the tax code because of the practical business of not understanding it. So I've been in a committee room just like this one, and I've opposed tax breaks for film schemes. And I've done that because I'm, as Mr. Troup's smile, I think, gives away, we all know that film schemes have been one of the great sources of controversy and aggressive avoidance. And it seems to me that it is a nonsense that Parliament is still incentivising investment in films when actually one of your biggest, one of my highest profile at least, activities in relation to aggressive avoidance is in relation to film schemes. Could you help me untease what's going on?
I think that's in a sense fair but also unfair, because I think you're absolutely right. We have a huge amount of historic avoidance with film tax relief dating back to the early days of the tax relief right through the 2000s, but the film tax relief was dramatically reformed, and I'm sorry I don't have the exact year, I think it was 2007 or 8. And actually it is now working very much in the way that Parliament intended and is giving tax relief to incentivise genuine investment in films, and as you know is being extended to theatre tax relief. But I think the historical aspect of that is a very good illustration of what you say. The original film tax relief in a sense was both too generous and probably not, you know, by our colleagues thought through fully, and did allow for a degree of avoidance which we are still having to tackle.
So I pick on that example because I've been on the Statutory Instrument Committee which has brought forward the measure and I've opposed it. But I just can't help wondering how many other areas where you're active in combating tax avoidance or possibly evasion, the activity that originally began the process was possibly even incentivised by Parliament, as it has been in the case of film schemes. Could you give me some idea of the scale to which people's behaviour begins with a government incentive to invest in a certain way?
I think the film relief example is quite a good one, both because government's intention was clear, and in the revised film relief we think has been delivered. So I think every country in the world uses tax reliefs to a degree to incentivise types of behaviour or disincentivise types of behaviour. But it can be a challenge to persuade people to keep within the confines of what Parliament intended. Now, we have had 42 changes of the law that help clarify and close down attempts to broaden Parliament's intention. But more recently, we've also brought in a couple of things that I might just ask Jennie to mention, both in the way that we work, a counter-avoidance team, but also some new approaches, the most important one of which I think is what we call accelerated payments, which change the balance of benefit from tax avoidance. People knew generally that by the time we got to tribunal we won most of our cases, but it was sometimes worth taking the risk simply for the delay. And perhaps if Jennie gives you a sentence or two about that, you'll understand of how we think we are very successfully challenging this kind of gaming that could happen in the tax avoidance space.
So accelerated payments means that once we issue a notice that you're required to pay upfront, what we're finding is, as Lynn said, people were simply, the time value of having the money was sufficient to be in these artificial schemes. So far we've issued about 5,000, which has a value, just so we understand the scale of this, 1.3 billion is the value on that, and already over 200 million has been paid. But to go to your other point, we also recognise that people need some health warnings about what we're concerned about as well. We know we win about 80% of these cases, and we think people are riding too much on the 20%. So we do a range of things now. We issue warnings called spotlights that say this is one we've looked at that we're concerned about. We publicise much more clearly now the results of litigation, and we
punish high-risk promoters.
Yes.
So
there's
I'm
a
sorry
range.
to interrupt.
I think your basic
forgive me. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No.
I'm very conscious of time, and I've allowed the conversation to get onto the broader issue. Because I just wanted to touch on that in order to ask you, how does all of this issue of tax simplification feed into the specific context of HSBC and the current scandal? Has a complex tax code fed into creating the set of circumstances that we've seen in relation to HSBC's Swiss private bank?
So I think it's important to repeat really what Edward said, that I don't think in relation to hard-edged evasion it's much of an issue here. Evasion is criminal, has been, will remain so. People who knowingly try to do something illegal are committing a crime, and if we can get the evidence to prosecute them, we will seek to do so. What I think has happened is, and I think you heard some of this in the evidence earlier today, is that there was definitely a culture in the mid-2000s when banks and other institutions were aggressively marketing avoidance schemes. And I think that has created an environment that we weren't happy with. And the Code of Practice, which I think was introduced in 2009, was a very specific response to that, to say this type of behaviour is not acceptable and we will expect more of you. And that has been, we think, quite significant.
I'm going to try and keep it on HSBC because I'm aware that the chairman will tell me I'm out of time any moment.
Yes, I am.
But just on the UK-Swiss tax agreement, it states that the UK government, quote, will not actively seek to acquire customer data stolen from Swiss banks. So to what extent has this agreement limited your interaction with the French authorities when you've been seeking to secure these prosecutions?
Not at all.
Sorry, shall I give a little bit of context to the Swiss agreement? Because I think quite a lot of the commentary has confused the issue of the Swiss agreement with the issues that have been going on with HSBC and the Swiss data. The Swiss agreement, which was entered into at a particular point in time, at the end of 2011, was there to address the fact that at that time banking secrecy in Switzerland meant that we knew that there were accounts in Switzerland which we did not have information on. It was a groundbreaking agreement which has allowed us to get already 1.2 billion with nearly 2 billion in total in prospect. It was done with the Swiss at that point. It is time limited. It was done at a point where we knew about the HSBC Swiss data, and those people whose names are on the HSBC Swiss data list are absolutely excluded from the Swiss agreement. So it is entirely separate. As I say, under that agreement, we are getting nearly £2 billion. It was a difficult negotiation, and it was negotiated during the course of 2010, 2011. And as part of the negotiations, the Swiss, who at that time were extremely sensitive about the fact that the data had been stolen, asked us to agree that we would not actively seek to effectively encourage others to steal Swiss data. And that was the limitation of the restriction.
On very much that point, in the previous session, Mr. Mann highlighted that he didn't quite put it this way, but one person's data theft will be another person's whistleblowing. I mean, is this a phenomenon that you recognise, and are you adequately equipped with powers should somebody decide to whistleblow on a Swiss bank?
Yes. If I may, so first of all, there is nothing in that agreement that would stop us accepting data from a whistleblower. It does not stop it, irregardless of the source. It merely restates some of the more general policy and is essentially, which most revenue authorities have, is we should not be encouraging people to steal wherever they are. That's simply the point it's making. In terms of us being able to get that level of cooperation from the Swiss, one of the things that we're very pleased about is not just the agreement that Edward has mentioned, but also the Swiss have announced that they are going to join the Common Reporting Standard from 2018. And that's the Common Reporting Standard, 90 countries now being prepared to report to each other banking information on their nationals, is a dramatic step change in what we'll all be able to do here. And frankly, it's the thing that is most going to close down people using tax havens with secrecy, bank secrecy, to deliberately hide income and assets offshore.
And do you track and record all whistleblowing that comes to you?
Yes, we do. We have about 100,000 calls to our evasion, our tax crime line. We track them. We use it. Some of them become sources to us, and we have very strict health and safety requirements around confidential informants. So obviously we don't want to go into detail, but
Thank you. You've answered the question I was going to ask next.
David Ruffey.
Ms Homer, just going back to our friends, the intransigent French, the HMRC put out a press statement. It said records show that since 2010, HMRC asked the French on several occasions for permission to use the data for purposes wider than tax collection. Can you tell us, were those requests in terms of waiving the restrictions in the international agreement?
Well, they were requests to expand our rights to use the data. So to go back to where I started with the chair, we received the data from the French. We had strict requirements to use that for tax purposes. We had a series of discussions with them about utilising it more widely. Those, I should be clear, I mean, those were not, we haven't just said please and they've said no. They have wanted us to do it in a very sort of particular way. If you bring us an individual case and you tell us which law enforcement agency might be interested in it, then we will consider that by handing it over to the relevant department. So the difficulty for us is when you're looking at 6,800 lines of data.
Did you proffer any cases?
Well, it's very difficult because if you can't share the data with a law enforcement agency, you don't know whether they want to know more about it. So we have been pushing to say, look, this is quite in places very rough data, it's very incomplete. We actually need to do some data matching with our colleagues. We need permission to share everything we've got with our law enforcement colleagues, and it is that permission that they have now given us. So, yeah, we've had lots of discussion with them. I would not use the word intransigent. I just think they have different requirements, constitutional and cultural, and they were not prepared to budge on those until more recently, and I suspect not the least because they can see that much of the data that they have has now been placed, in the public domain in other ways. So those have been ongoing conversations from when we first received the data. But if it's possible, Chair, I would just like to make the simple point that we got a lot of data. We identified about 3,200 people from that data. We pretty quickly identified that 2/3 of those people were compliant, and I think it's really important to say that not every line of data we got showed us people who owed us tax. I know there's been some debate about why would you ever have a Swiss account if you weren't trying to cheat the taxman, but there are reasons. On those people we believed owed us tax, I think we set about checking and validating that and getting the tax in very diligently. And so to suggest that we've done, we've got some really strong benefits, including 135 million in the exchequer that there wouldn't have been from this data already. What has been much more difficult, and I'm sure we'll talk about, is pursuing prosecutions, particularly against organisations in different jurisdictions, on the back of the partial, incomplete and stolen data that we had with no corroborating evidence. And when you get corroborating evidence, sometimes that's the final bit that will allow you to make a prosecution stick.
Understood. In terms of the unpaid tax that you've got back under the disclosure facility, Liechtenstein, it's been reported that the penalties, so there's the repayment, there's interest on that payment, and then there's a penalty on top, could be as low as 10%. And it's been commented that you do, however, have maximum penalties that you can impose of up to 200% of the sum in question. Why is this so low, 10% in these? I'm assuming in these cases relating to the stolen files.
Let me get Jennie to answer that.
So first of all, there is two tiers of penalties under the Liechtenstein disclosure facility. For years, the tax years that go up to 2009, it was 10%, and for tax years going forward from that, it was 20 to 30%. So it escalated from that period. While it is on the lower range, it isn't out of step with a lot of international practice. So if I can use one against my own home country, who ran a disclosure facility, Australia, earlier this year, it was a 10% rate for them. Spain is 10%. Some, like Canada, have actually experimented with 0% for early disclosure and then a sharp escalation. I think it's true to say, certainly for us, that later disclosure facilities in later years, we've tightened this up more. And the reason we've done that is...
Sorry, to tighten up more, what do you mean?
We've started to put higher penalties in relation to that
More
recently.
level?
More recently.
Higher to what level?
Well, for example, the Crown Dependency Disclosure Facility, which is running for a very limited period, it's 20%. And under the Swiss agreement, it was between 20 and 40% of the account balance, basically in the formula. Now, what you're seeing is, as our ability to be able to gain data, to be able to find out from other means, and knowing, as I said, with the common reporting standards is coming as well, we've been able to make this tougher, and we will continue to do that. At the time that Liechtenstein was agreed, revenue authorities really didn't have much ability to be able to flush out the data that would help them tackle offshore evasion. So it was basically to encourage as many people as possible to come and disclose. But as I said, as time has gone on, we've been able to escalate these and make them tougher.
I mean, would you... sorry, Mr. Troup, would you accept that the Liechtenstein agreement will be essentially applied to cases where the taxpayer is sophisticated, if I can put it that way? It isn't Mrs. Miggins with her income tax. It's people who are attempting to game the system.
But if you look at our domestic disclosure, we have a very similar approach, which is basically... If you come and tell us about something early under your own steam, we will apply a smaller penalty. Yeah. It will ramp up if either we have to search harder to find you, or if you tell us an untruth, which we then discover to be an untruth. So for the people that have signed up through Liechtenstein, and indeed through the Lagarde list, they have all certified to us that they've told us everything. Right. And if we go back subsequently and discover in another investigation that to be untrue, then the penalties take that into account. So this is a system we apply across the piece of encouragement for people to sort out their affairs. And it is because we are there to get the money in, and you know, of course we're also there to change behaviours and to change those in as people go forward. So this is not a one-off and then you can return to what you used to do. This is confirm you will then stay compliant. And the third is to deter, and we will do that by a range of penalties up to and including prosecution. And that's our system and has been for about 40 or 50 years across the piece, at home and abroad. Abroad, it's much harder to get the evidence. That's the difference.
Mr. Troup, did you want to
only just to say that is codified in the Finance Act 2007, and what we got under these offshore disclosure facilities is completely in line with the penalties set out in statute and the range of penalties for all disclosures and all offences.
Staying with you, Mr. Troup, can you have you read Lord MacDonald, the former DPP, his opinion?
I've seen reference to it in the press.
Right. He makes a criticism of HMRC, where he says that evidence already publicly available suggests that HSBC should be prosecuted under the 1977 Criminal Law Act for its part in systemic operation to deprive HMRC of revenue. Is that something you're worried about?
I'll pass it across to Jennie, but The reference to evidence is clearly interesting. If he's got something more than he's read in the papers, obviously we'd like to see it. But
he said evidence already publicly available.
I think Jennie might want to say about the quality of the evidence
Jennie, can you just...
in the papers.
Yes, a number of things. First of all, we're talking about HSBC Swiss, and so there's, as you would appreciate, there's the issues about that it's domiciled in another country. What we had was intelligence, not evidence. So we had stolen data. It was broken. It was old. So its quality was not particularly good. Of course, we talked to the Crown Prosecuting Service about what was needed. We had our very best criminal investigators working these cases to see what we could prove and what we couldn't. But it is certainly, it's very difficult. We're also dealing with a jurisdiction that would not cooperate on stolen data to give us corroborating evidence.
Understood. I just want to touch on the Swiss, UK-Swiss tax agreement. Now, you're allowed to make 500 requests per year, aren't you?
Yeah.
To the Swiss authorities on named UK taxpayers.
Yeah.
How many requests did HMRC make in 2014?
I think we did.
We did the full 500 for the 2 years. So actually, in calendar 2014, we did 1,000.
How many of these were successful in identifying tax owed to HMRC?
There are a number within that which we are taking forward investigations on. I don't know whether
13%, around 65 of those cases was a hit, if you like.
And final question, the number of requests HMRC is allowed to make depends on the proportion of its previous attempts that are successful, as I understand it. What's the rationale for that kind of performance-related allowance? Why did you sign up to that?
Well, as I said, the Swiss agreement was a ground-breaking deal. We got an upfront payment of £340 million from the Swiss banks, and indeed you heard HSBC referring to their share of it. It was a difficult negotiation. I was not part of it, but I heard of the difficulty of the negotiation. We were very insistent on the ability to make name requests. Initially, the agreement provided for between 100 and 500. I personally went over and met Swiss counterparts in 2013 or 14 and got them to agree to put that at the maximum end of 500. But it was a difficult negotiation. But we also wanted to maintain the flexibility that if, in fact, we got a very high hit rate from that 500, because their view was actually with named requests we wouldn't get a high hit rate, but because their assertion that actually they were compliant and the Swiss agreement was picking up people, that they gave us the flexibility to go back and talk to them to allow for an increased number of requests in future years. We will be having discussions with them in 2016. It's not realistic really to have that before then, because it does take time for us to work through the 65 and any more that we get, which Lynn has referred to. But I would also add that the Swiss agreement, as I say, is actually coming to the end of its life, because as we move into common reporting standard, and the Swiss have signed up to that in 2018, we will, and we already initiated discussions with the Swiss as how we transition from the Swiss agreement to common reporting standards in 3 years' time.
It's very helpful, thanks.
Okay, Andy Love.
Ms Homer, you indicated earlier on that you had collected £135 million from the Swiss HSBC list, but that was in tax, interest and penalties. Can you give us a breakdown of all three of those?
Well, broadly, sorry, I tried to do that. Around 120 million of that is the tax and interest, and about 15 million of that is penalties, but that is broad. Most of this, as Mr Ruffley said, was through disclosure facilities. Most of this, as you've heard, well, pretty much all of this is pre-2008, and therefore it is at that lower end of penalty through the disclosure facility.
Yes, I'm less interested. You didn't disaggregate the interest from the tax to give us a pure taxation figure? No,
because, I mean, it's just a question of how many years that tax covered rolled up. So, in a sense, it generates exactly the same figure as the tax would have if it had been paid at the right time.
Can you give us any estimate of the amount of tax uncollected?
Well, we think, we've about 100 cases from the Lagarde list still outstanding, and we think a few more million to come from that, and we think we have got in the tax that was due. Now, what we've not tried to estimate, because it is a little bit more difficult to say, is what level of ongoing tax we're going to receive as a result of these people now being compliant for the future. But I would estimate that there are many tens of millions in that category as well. We have a little bit more to do, but we have pursued everybody that we believe owes us tax.
What I've been trying to get at, and you probably have worked this out, is some percentage of the tax that was due that hadn't been paid until this list came to us. That is a percentage of the total tax. Sorry, I confused you. What I was looking for was the amount of tax collected as a percentage of what you thought was the overall tax that was due to be paid.
Well, we broadly think we've got it all, apart from the 100 cases we've still got to do. So we don't have a view that we've lost any significant amount. Now, I'm not going to say that down to the nearest pound, but I've said in a number of select committees, we go after the tax that's due. We think we've got the tax that's due. We don't do deals on this kind of thing. So once we were in a disclosure environment and we knew what the assets were, then we charged the tax that was due. And that's our approach.
And if I could just add to that also, in this case, we believed, from the evidence we saw, that about 2/3 of the people we looked at
were compliant.
Yeah. However, we continue to monitor.
Yeah.
And they're aware of that. So if indeed...
so if we've missed anything, we'll be back.
Yeah.
In the figures given to us, I think you announced at Public Accounts Committee, there were 130 cases. I think you would call it just over 100.
Yeah, I mean, there's about...
Cases still to be dealt with.
Exactly.
Can you give us some idea what you mean by being dealt with?
Well, we're still working out how much tax is due before we agree a settlement. So, I mean, they're underway. This was a lot of data. It wasn't in very good shape. It took us probably the first half of 2010 to kind of set ourselves up to do it. But the bulk of this money had actually been banked by mid-2012. And almost inevitably, the final bits are the bits where perhaps the data is even less clear. It takes you a little bit longer to work out what you're looking at and to reach agreement. So this is just the finishing off, in a sense, of the final cases. I think this is an approach that is very similar to that our colleagues have pursued. I think the French have themselves said that they believe they have now got most of the money in. They've almost done it the other way round from us, and they are now considering around 50 prosecutions. We looked at around 150 cases and ended up actually 3 going to CPS and 1 being successful. But I imagine that they are now similarly think they're down to their last 50 or so. So I think we're in about the same position.
I wanted to press you with obviously your primary focus here is getting the taxation in, but what priority are you giving to prosecutions or other actions?
Well, I think I have had a good look at the governance around what we called Project Solace. So this was an operational project. It was under Jennie's predecessor, Mike Eland, who I've no doubt will have appeared in front of you. I have to say I am impressed by how they went about this. They put together a strong team. They were made up of significantly well-experienced people, largely criminal investigators. They had very strong data management. We have some of the best data analytics in tax administration in the world. And there was very strong governance of the cases. So there's a strong governance board. They set about dividing the cases into those they thought were most serious. So we looked at the cases we thought were most likely to be criminal, and we put those in the hands of our most experienced investigators. Now, I've looked...
Is this a preparation for telling us that you don't think there'll be any more successful prosecutions?
No, I don't think there will be many of individuals, because I've looked at what they did, and about 1,200 of the cases, so in the end slightly more than the number we think owed us tax, were reviewed within our criminal and special investigation. I actually got one of the CI, the criminal investigators, to come and talk to me about how she did that. She's got 20 years experience. She takes criminal cases all the time. That's what she does. Jennie's team have done around 3,000 over the last couple of years. There were specific criteria, our normal criteria, backed up by some particular criteria for this project. And each of those cases was looked at by an experienced CI person. Now, having looked at all 1,200, they identified 150.
You're beginning to depress me because I think you're leading to a conclusion.
Because the evidence for prosecution is very high.
I understand that, but let me put to you this back of a fag packet calculation I made. You took 20 cases of which we have had one successful prosecution, but there was 130 other cases that you're now looking at. If you work out that 1 in 20 cases have been successful, then you should have a success rate of 6 or 7 further prosecutions. But it doesn't sound to me as if that's going to happen in this instance.
Because it's actually 1 out of 20, which were the strongest cases. So
the other 130 are much weaker.
They're part of the general 1,000, not part of the 150 we thought were most likely to be criminal. That's absolutely right.
Well, let me ask you the question then, the obvious question that arises. Is this because of weaknesses in the law or weaknesses in the data that was provided?
It's because of weaknesses in the evidence. And, just to put this into context, we have a strong success rate of prosecuting generally. About 80% of the cases we take, we get a prosecution. So I'm confident that my criminal investigators, before interaction with CPS, know the standard of evidence they have to get a case across the line. If you have got gaps in the evidence, if you have got an inability to get third-party evidence to support data that you can't audit back to a key source, then you will not succeed.
Well, let me ask you the very obvious question that arises from that. What overtures have you made? You're telling us that there's now a much firmer international regime that will allow you to be able to prosecute more successfully. What attempts have you made, and how much resistance are you receiving from the French and Swiss authorities to providing some of the greater evidence necessary to carry through prosecutions?
I think in relation to the Swiss authorities, they were clear they were not going to collaborate on stolen data, and the Swiss banks are operating under laws which allow for secrecy. And so there was no jurisdictional space for us to get or expect collaboration in that quarter. We certainly did look for third-party data, and you may recently have read about a French case which is before the courts at the moment, where part of the information for the prosecution comes from the Lagarde list, just as our prosecution did, but where there's third-party corroboration, in that case, wiretapping. And what I think we needed in the individual cases is we needed supporting evidence to back up, as Jennie has put it, kind of indications of criminality that we got from the Lagarde data. And that was simply not there in many cases. Of the 3 we presented to CPS, so we were hopeful of 3, and their view was only 2 of those reached the standard.
A final question. In a sense, it's a statement, but have you made it clear to the Swiss authorities just how appalled the British public is that there has only been 1 successful prosecution out of 1,100 possible prosecutions, and that the secrecy in the Swiss banking system reflects very badly on them and our ability to hold people to account for tax evasion?
Well, I think our government has been at the forefront of the international conversations about stronger international collaboration. So I don't think there is any doubt about that. But what I would say is we've also made it clear to other partners that we're willing to work with them. It is not simply the Swiss secrecy. It is always a question of having a good evidential trail. And certainly as a lawyer myself, I have to say I am happy that we live within an environment where the standards for criminal prosecution do set a very high bar for evidential requirements. But it's one of the reasons why we have broadened our civil penalties. So we're not in a position where if we can't get a prosecution, we stop. And I do feel, I talked with other members of Parliament about, this sense that you've got to deter. Of course you've got to deter, but over recent years we believe we've added significantly to our ability to deter. So there are cash penalties. We do now name people who've breached our rules. We have set up systems which make it much, much more punitive for you if you don't come clean early on. And our view is that a law enforcement agency will always want a range of civil and criminal procedures at their beck and call, because you will never meet the threshold you want for all of the people that break the law. The police don't, and what you need to be able to do is to pragmatically cover the ground. And in this case, we believe we've done that. People have paid the tax that was
Can you be confident with this committee, and indeed with the Parliament generally, that all of these new abilities, civil regime, strengthening the law, giving you new powers, the new international agreements will mean that when you come before committees or before Parliament in the future, you will be able to present a much more positive picture about taking action against those that evade paying their taxes?
I'm very confident that the powers we've been given are already allowing us to be much more successful. So let's be clear, our ability to bear down on avoidance and our ability to bear down on evasion are stronger now than they were even a few years ago. And I'm confident with some of the new powers we've recently been given, and indeed with our stronger resources in Jennie's area. We have around about 30,000 people in our business who spend their time pursuing compliance, and I think we're already in a strong position, and I'm confident we can strengthen that further.
Mark Garnier.
Thank you, Chairman. Mrs. Hammond, can I just talk to you about your relationship with the Treasury in terms of what your kind of remit is, in terms of what you're trying to achieve. First thing is, you're not a ministerial department, so you don't have the same relationship with ministers, as I understand, as all other departments government. Could you just sort of expand on that?
We are a non-ministerial department, and the reasons for that, I think this mirrors the arrangements for our legacy departments for decades, probably centuries, for at least customs. And what that means is our operational obligations are our responsibility, mine as accounting officer, my colleagues as commissioners, and we are also operationally bound to maintain taxpayer confidentiality, and that arrangement is so that people can be assured that their individual tax arrangements are not interfered with in any way by the government of the day. Nonetheless, we do get a remit letter from the Chancellor of the day, and that generally obliges us to deliver in areas that are important for the country. So in recent times that has covered increasing yield and reducing the tax gap. It has covered bearing down on offshore evasion, which is one of these areas. And so there will be flavours, but the issue about how we do that and the operational decisions is entirely for us. And I think and hope that that is what successive governments think is the right balance.
I would certainly agree with that. So to that end, then, we're looking at kind of really the difference between tax yield and prosecutions and all this kind of stuff. So what is at the moment? What is your main remit? Is it to maximise tax yield, or is it to kind of? Well,
yes. So there's a kind of core remit for a tax administration, which is to get the money in, and it would be odd if it wasn't. But an aspect of our remit letters over the last 5 years has been about bearing down on avoidance and evasion. And so we received specific investment to increase the number of prosecutions. I suspect Jennie can probably more rapidly give you the figures than I can. So, and we have.
So this is criminal prosecutions or civil?
Criminal prosecutions have increased fivefold over the period of this government. Now, we get to kind of decide which cases we take. And you will understand...
let me just be absolutely clear about this. There would never, ever be a case when a minister would identify a specific case to be prosecuted.
No.
So they would say,
do more.
Do more prosecutions. And
then Jennie's criminal investigators are the people that will decide within a published strategy what we're trying to achieve. Yeah. And that is a mixture of tax shield and deterrence, and it would always be so.
And just to be very, very clear, they are specialists, they're certified, and it is actually their decision to refer that through to the Crown Prosecutor, who basically then makes the final decisions, obviously, whether to charge someone or not. And the Crown Prosecutor does it on the basis of both meeting the evidential bar and public interest, as you would know. Yeah. But it is actually, it's a limited delegation to specialist criminal investigation experts. Not me. Okay. They work for me, but and they work within our guidance. But,
so again, you're delegating further down the line.
Yeah, so even
Absolutely.
Jennie doesn't really get to say to them, do that one and not that one.
Oh, that's okay. That's very interesting and very helpful, actually. The other thing I wanted to look at was this idea of yield taking precedence over prosecution and whether there was an element of that. So let me just kind of unpack, if you like, that question. What is the best interest of the British taxpayer, if you like, in terms of gathering in tax? Because on the one hand, it seems that you have the ability to, potentially if there is a pound of evaded tax, you can actually turn that into £3 worth of yield by exercising the maximum penalty. Or, the world's got called the Liechtenstein disclosure facility, which has been used in this case, which obviously has much lower penalty. Or you have the choice to take through a prosecution, which presumably, if that doesn't work, then the person gets off effectively scot-free, because you can't then go back again and do a civil prosecution. So how does that work?
Yeah,
so what are you trying to achieve when you're assessing this bundle of wrongdoers?
So there will be a balance. We are trying to get the tax in. As I say, it'd be fairly silly to have a tax administration that didn't do that. We are trying, however, to impact on behaviours now and in the future. And a significant amount of the work that we do throughout, again, both onshore and offshore, is about enhancing people's understanding of what they are required to do, back to Mr. Baker's point about simplicity, but also getting them to understand the consequences of what they do. Now, the full range of this activity will be from what Jennie's people will call our nudge activity. So we will write letters out to people saying, people like you, this might be a medic or this might be a small business person, normally pay their tax. You look like you are not being as compliant as your peers. And we have hard evidence that nudge letters change behaviour. And so we do that because if we can increase the voluntary compliance, a vast majority of our tax comes in voluntarily or almost voluntarily with just a little bit of a nudge. Yeah. But as we go along that line, if we have to shove more fiercely, we will shove. And one of the things that we have to sort of work out is how much is enough to make people think that we are close enough to catching them to act as a deterrent. And so you will have seen our campaigns, hopefully, on your trains, of our eyes looking at you. You will recently have seen them suggesting to you that our use of data will mean that we're watching you. So just over the last year, we've acquired the right to match what we call merchant acquirer data. And so we can say to a small business person, what you're telling us doesn't line up with the information we're getting from other sources, including your credit card receipts. And so we use the whole gamut to bring the money in, deter people from choosing to be non-compliant and nudge them back into compliance, and punishing them in a variety of ways if they're not. And we think you've got to keep a balance, including, in a way, your spotlight moving. So our campaigns will tend to be focused on particular sectors or particular sorts of behaviour, so that people have a sense, as our posters say, that we know you well, we know where you are, we are coming to ensure that you do things properly.
I mean, one of the things that's come out of this is that a lot of people have been angry over the fact there's only been this one.
Understandably, we like people to pay their tax.
Yeah, of course you do. Yeah. And that there have been sort of potentially these civil prosecutions, which is an interesting debate. Do you go for the full 200% fine, or do you run the risk of not getting it at all? Now, clearly, it sounds like when you're going through a prosecution, although it takes 44 months. A lot of that is to do with deterring other people. And in the case of this Swiss one, actually, because it's such a big story and people are looking at it, it almost comes over as, well, actually, it's gone completely the other way. You can have an offshore bank account, you cannot declare it, and generally speaking, you've got a sort of 1 in 1,100 chance of being prosecuted. Now, from what you're telling me, that's not the case. I mean, do you want to respond to that?
We can certainly give you some more examples. I mean, we have 48 million taxpayers at any one time. 4.5 million small business people. I've told you that we have significantly increased the number of our prosecutions. I could give you examples of small businesses as well as wealthy people that we have prosecuted. But that is not the only way that we persuade people to pay their tax. And we certainly have found that naming people who have defaulted, naming schemes which we regard to be high risk.
Can you name them under civil prosecution?
Yes, we can. Naming schemes we regard to be high risk, and you will have seen that we think there has been a reaction to that, and that, for instance, aggressively marketed avoidance has moved from mainstream advisors to boutique advisors. I think you heard earlier, representatives of one bank, and we've seen others moving out of fields that back in the 2000s they were all in. So we think we are seeing significant changes in behaviour, and definitely we're seeing the tax gap trend downwards. Now, what I think we have to keep deciding is where do we need to put our focus on compliance, but we would much prefer to try and help people be compliant than prosecute everybody. So if we can get people by system, by advice, we have some stats that show if we help small businesses get well established in their first 3 months, they are hugely more likely to stay tax compliant. So part of this for us would be the tax webinars we do with small businesses, and we talk to thousands of small businesses about how to set their business up. Ideally to keep them in that space, not to have to chase them into a prosecution.
But just to be absolutely clear, these are decisions that you make, given the kind of the overall remit that is passed to you by the Chancellor, who says, maximise tax receipts.
Absolutely, and taken by experienced people who know what makes a difference to bringing the money in.
Fantastic, thank you very much.
Jessie Norman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming in. Ms. Homer, you persisted adopting HSBC and others organisations' language about this information being stolen. Do you really think it's stolen in the sense that...
Well, it definitely was stolen, but as Jennie has said, we will use data from whatever source.
Right, so it's not stolen in the sense of you're trafficking stolen data.
We did not pay someone to go and steal the data, and that is what we rightly are.
But you're not prepared to make the move into saying, actually, this is rather valuable public service. You actually want people to be spilling the beans on this aggressive tax avoidance.
To be honest, we would prefer big organisations to give us better data.
Yes, that's avoiding the question, of course. We know that. That's what Mr. Flint said. He said we'd like to do it better ourselves. That's not what we're asking. What we're asking is, you get information, do you want to encourage it or not? You do,
We've taken it and we've used it. Jennie has mentioned we get over 100,000 bits of information. And
I understand all that. That's fine. We're rehearsing
comes with a variety of circumstances.
Okay, you've now signed this agreement on the 23rd of February. This agreement, French agreement.
Yes.
You described. Now, could that have been prompted by the public outcry over tax avoidance, or was that purely coincidental?
Well, look, I've described. We talk to them regularly. I have a personal view that there is a degree to which they now can see much of this information in the public domain from other sources, and that may cause them to feel that they should think again. But Edward may want to emphasise, they do have strong laws in place in France about how data
the difference was not that the law changed, it was that the public context, the politics changed.
The politics is the wider circumstance. It became known publicly that this information was in the public domain. It hasn't been shared in the sense I can't download on the internet, but it became known it was out there. The International Committee...
But Mr. Troup, it's been known to be in the public domain for some time before February the 23rd.
The fact that it had been stolen was in the public domain. What happened a few weeks ago was that the actual data started being leaked into the public domain. And I think if you were asking me the direct question, did this have an influence on our discussions with the French and their willingness to give us the agreement which we have been seeking? I think it did. But I didn't say, why have you suddenly agreed? We were delighted, and having had a lot of engagements, that they agreed.
I understand. When you got the original information, why didn't you tell us at that time that about the restrictions under it was operating, the way in which your hands were tied, the fact that it was of poor quality, the fact that it was gappy? Why didn't we hear all about that at the time? Why did you allow public expectations about the value of this information to run ahead in the way that they did?
I've done a little bit of looking back at what we said and where we said it, and I think we were fairly clear about this in all the discussions. So the amount of money that we've got in, I don't think has in any sense been significantly out of kilter of our expectations. When colleagues from HMRC talked about this...
You always thought it was 100, 150 million or that kind of number?
I can't actually find an estimate, which might be the more sensible way to go about these things, but there's no suggestion that we had a significantly different expectation. In the early discussions before select committees, I think including this one, there was always reference to 6,000 lines of data. I think we fairly rapidly moved to discussing that we thought that was around 3,000, 3,200 people. I think very early on we talked about prosecutions and said we were looking at around 150. I think it was also said very clearly early on that we expected a significant number of people.
We didn't mention the restrictions, as I recall.
I think we did. I think we were clear that we had this for the purposes of being a tax authority.
And if I come in, because Mr. Norman, I think you were suggesting that we should have said, there were restrictions, some of the data was scrappy, it's not very good. I'm not sure, coming back to the previous discussion, that if we want to deter people, we want them to fess up voluntarily, going out and saying, well, we've got some information, but it's not very good, actually is the right way to do that. So I can't recall whether we did mention
I'm not sure that's true, because, of course, you don't know whether you're in the good bit of information or the bad bit of information. So, what you know is information is in the domain, and the revenue are pretty picky about what constitutes good quality information.
But I do think we've got to be careful not to share in the public domain everything we've got. And although there's been a lot of focus on this data, there are a lot of other sets of data that we've had that we are using.
That's a reasonable position. OK, Ms Homer, you've talked just now, in response to Mr Garnier, about the efforts you've made to crack down on aggressive avoidance. Now, did you see the previous session?
I listened to it, yes.
Right, so we don't need to personalise this to Mr Gulliver, but it's perfectly clear that Mr Gulliver is an example of a certain kind of posture which, as my colleague Mr Kane said, is described as being at the outer limits of aggressive tax avoidance. That is to say, someone who's able to pursue his life in this country for 12, 13 years so far, potentially 20 years or more in total, able to enjoy the benefits of living in this country, able to use a house, kids go to school here, all the benefits of that, and yet be resident in Hong Kong, non-dommed in Hong Kong, for what will that, by the end of that time, be 40 plus years. Now, so my question is this. How on earth can this have been allowed to happen? Why isn't this a tremendous indictment of the non-dom rules that you've got? How is someone like Mr Gulliver able to achieve this status of being essentially offshore to everywhere except the lowest tax domain that they choose to pay tax in?
Well, Chair, you know well that my first comment is going to be that we won't discuss individuals.
No, someone like Mr Gulliver. I'm not asking you to discuss Mr Gulliver, just someone in that situation.
I'm afraid, will preface that. The second
question about the non-dom status.
So the second thing I will say is that as tax administration, we apply the rules that Parliament sets. And if those rules apply, then we collect the tax that's due. I can't collect the tax that people wish was due, and that is not my job. Our rules around non-dom and many of our tax relief rules are well understood and we think are well applied.
But we can be rationally certain that your people will have gone back, closely interrogated someone in that position's situation, and that if in fact you now subsequently discover, as you go back and look at it, that it was not compliant, their entire tax position would then unravel, would it not?
So we have many specialists. We've talked about Jennie specialists In specialist personal tax, we have a group called the High Net Worth Group. They customer relationship manage our most wealthy people in the same way that large business tax customer relationship the big multinationals. Some of the most significant cases with individuals are effectively man-marked in just the same way our multinationals are, and they have some of our most experienced tax professionals alongside. We have seen more work in those areas in the last few years than we traditionally did, as we have received extra resources, and we have seen more yield from those areas than we did. And one of the things I've said, and I'm quite happy to say again, is that I do think individuals need to take responsibility for their own decision making, but some of the things that we do in the counter avoidance space is making it harder and harder for people to say, I didn't realise what I was doing. And I'm confident that we exercise our responsibilities in that space very well.
Let me ask a final question, if I may. Of the 3,600 entities that came out of HSBC Suisse, 2,000 of them were found to be compliant with the tax law.
Yes.
How many of those people were compliant because they had non-domicile status?
I don't know. There will be a whole variety of reasons why those people were compliant, and it's
I know,
not
I'm
an
asking,
issue for
of
me.
that whole variety, how many?
It's not an issue for me, and it's not something I would, I think, feel I needed to share with you, I'm afraid.
Sorry, you're suggesting we don't have a right to know what percentage of that number was non-dom?
Well, I think the policy of non-dom, there is general information about the numbers of people subject to those rules, I think, in the public domain.
Yeah, but this is not specific information about individuals. We just want to know. You've told us there's 6,000, 2,000. How many of them are non-dom?
I don't think it's necessarily information that we would have gathered. And so I'm afraid, I suspect, if you ask me to go back in that...
I think you should gather it, and I think you should write to us with the number.
Because I don't think it's relevant to our decision about whether they owed tax.
No, but it is relevant to a judgment about whether or not non-domicile status is being abused.
I think...
the extent of it. You're not...
My judgment is
Besides,
whether I'm seeing
abuse.
abuse.
Just see what Ms Homer wants to say.
So my judgment is whether or not I'm seeing abuse. If I'm seeing our tax laws properly applied, and those are discussed and debated in Parliament and put into effect, then I don't think it's for me to answer a question about whether a certain level of usage of that in relation to this data indicates abuse.
If I may say so, I don't think it's necessary for you to substitute your judgment about what Parliament should be inquiring into, where these matters are general matters which relate to policy which is set in Parliament.
So we publish information about non-doms.
Sorry?
We do publish information about non-doms.
And I'm asking you to add that information, the information here as to how many of those people were non-doms.
I don't think that is available within our systems without me going back and reviewing...
Right, so I'm asking you to do that. Why can't you do that?
So, can I come in? I mean, I think that the simplistic question, is someone compliant because they're a non-dom, is not really capable of being answered. In relation to a particular individual, there will be a whole lot of circumstances, their residence, their non-dom status, where they have held their money, whether they've remitted it to the UK. So I haven't looked at any of these cases, but I imagine that among the compliant ones, there will be some non-doms, but they will be compliant not just because they are a non-dom, but because they have also earned their income in particular places, they've paid tax on their income in particular places, and equally I'm sure that amongst the non-compliant ones who we have settled with, there will be ones who are non-doms who are entitled to claim effectively exemption from tax on money until it's remitted, but may have remitted it without declaring it to us. So I think the question comes very close to asking for a breakdown of the individual circumstances of the 3,000 people and or the 2,000 compliant, which I genuinely think would be both difficult to do and
dangerously close to breaching the
for us to disclose.
Well, let me just end.
There are two grounds that you're giving for not providing it. One is appropriateness, and the other is practical and
which are linked.
Impossibility.
But I'm happy to remind you where we publish information.
I think it might be helpful if you drop us a line.
Happy to do so.
Expanding in some detail on the point that you both made, particularly this last point you've made, Mr. Troup, because that is really the heart of the matter on which we as Parliament will need to form judgment.
Could I just add one sentence, which is to that letter, I would be grateful if you would add a justification for why it is why you're able to take the view, Ms. Homer, that you're taking, which is that it's not for Parliament to make this inquiry. That's a different matter. You can say,
well,
it's hard for us to get the information.
I think we've arrived at the point.
I want to be sure that that's included in your letter.
I think you've heard what was said
yes,
there.
Yes, I will try and be clear.
Thank you.
In due course, we'll get some correspondence. I just want to take you back to an earlier point that Mr. Norman made, Ms. Homer, about the treatment of whistleblowers who use themselves criminal activity in order to engage in whistleblowing, that is, to steal data in this case. What is an individual in a bank, for example, supposed to do if he or she is confident that he'll be sacked if he blows the whistle? Should he see what he considers to be uncollected and probably evaded tax?
I think this will depend on the jurisdiction. Many countries, including the UK, will have specific provisions and protection for whistleblowers. And certainly in the case of the UK, those protections are clear and well written down.
What about the Swiss jurisdiction?
Well, it is difficult because obviously I think it's in the public domain that Mr. Falciani was being pursued by the Swiss. He did not whistleblow to us. He did not whistleblow to us. He was, I think, originally arrested by the French on request from the Swiss with regard to a desire to see him extradited. And I think a judgment was made not to follow up on that because the nature of the data was felt to warrant further investigation. So I think that illustrates that the overarching rules of Switzerland did not lead to the outcome that they desired.
It sounds as if this issue, the issue of some safe haven for whistleblowing across jurisdictions, must form an essential part of negotiations to try and secure uncollected tax.
I think the common reporting standards, in a sense, try to oblige everybody to follow a more appropriate standard of disclosure.
Perhaps you might like to come back to us on the specific whistleblowing point on which in a different context, the Commission on Banking Standards also developed a new set of rules, some of which are being implemented. Roshanara Ali.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I just follow up on a couple of points that were raised earlier on? You had an extensive discussion about non-dom status. The broader point, and my question to you, Ms. Homer, is given you're alluding to the fact that there are some sensitivities about disclosing data, what part of it is to do with the legislation and what part of it is to do with other matters, confidentiality and so on, in light of Ms. Jessie's comment? And what powers would be needed, if it's in the public interest, for us to know how many people are non-doms who are part of this number? What powers do you think Parliament should be giving you in addition in order to fulfil that action?
Okay. So we have significant statutory limitations on our ability to share data and obligations to maintain confidentiality, which are long-standing and which would need legislative change. So what we have been doing in recent years is seeking and getting support for changes in our legislative basis that allow some naming in increasing circumstances. I think
there shouldn't be anything stopping you, given that you're already able to name some people,
we
to
have
give the exact numbers.
Powers in specific circumstances to name deliberate defaulters, to name high-risk promoters. Obviously, when people go before a tribunal, either in a civil proceedings or criminal, their details become known, and so in a sense they make that judgment when they take the final decision of going to court. We've recently, just the week before last, put up a crime map product, so we list our prosecutions.
So there's nothing to stop you. If you are able to name individuals, there shouldn't be in principle anything stopping you from giving us the numbers.
We have to have a statutory right to do so. And I will write back to Mr. Norman, but I mean, the point that what we do not do is list compliant taxpayers. And what Mr. Norman was asking was a question about compliant taxpayers, not non-compliant taxpayers. And I just want to make the distinction. I wait to be told by Parliament.
Do you know,
yes,
on his previous question, how many of the non-DOMs were non-compliant and how many are compliant then in that group
I think
of
I do, because I think the question was clear. We believe 2/3 of these people to be compliant.
No, I meant the non-DOMs. No,
the question was about how many of the 2,000. Well, you asked me about Mr. Norman's question, and I do not think Parliament is close to asking us to share details about compliant taxpayers. So I just want to be very clear about that. On non-compliant taxpayers, they are...
Sorry.
On non-compliant taxpayers, even in that space, we have to have a specific right to publicise, and we do not publicise. There are many occasions when we reach a settlement with an individual taxpayer that says that they owe us tax. I think my experience since I've been involved in the organisation is that Parliament wants and expects to see a good reason for doing that. And the reason that we would normally have is to have that toolkit I described earlier and to be able to show that there are risks to the behaviour that is being undertaken. Now, we are quite, we do think about, and we have been expanding the spaces in which we can put the details of non-compliant people into the public domain. I suspect that will continue.
Okay, can I just move you on to you've talked quite a lot about behavioural change, and you've explained very extensively and I think rightly about getting people to voluntarily give information and pay up voluntarily, and the nudge effect. Do you not feel that the public right now, given what's happened with the HSBC scandal, feels that the behavioural change for very wealthy individuals who found ways of avoiding and evading tax dodging, but illegal activity as well, do you not feel that actually the public feels that there's one rule for very wealthy people who can afford to bend the rules, find ways to bend the rules, and have been supported in that case by HSBC, and that regardless of all the good work you've been doing and your organisation's been doing, they don't feel that your organisation treats them in the same way as and that is a perception, and people feel that genuinely enough effort is not going into going after people who are avoiding and evading paying large amounts of money.
I do worry that that's the perception, yes, and I think
one of the challenges... It's a reality as well, the disproportionate effect of the taxman going after ordinary individuals.
I'm absolutely sure it is not a reality.
Well, let me give you an example.
I'd quite like to answer your last question first. The position that we're in is that there is quite a lot of not very well-informed debate about what we do, how we do it, and about what other people do. And one of the things we've been trying to do over the last couple of years particularly is talk more about what we do. So the reason for putting more of our information into the public debate is to say as strongly and clearly as we can, first of all, that we treat all taxpayers fairly, and secondly, that the approach we take is consistent across the rich individual, the less well-off individual, the small company, the big company. What I do think tends to happen is that that story gets overwhelmed by some of the media and other reporting, and I'm not sure people realise that in relation to the Lagarde list that we believe we've got all the tax in. I think it's been quite hard to get that message over. So it is a perception.
So you've got all the taxes in and there's nothing further to...
other than the 100 cases I talked about, absolutely. And I think it is a real problem for us if that perception is allowed to go unchallenged, which is why I am being quite forceful, because people have a right to know that we treat all tax avoidance and tax evasion seriously.
Do you think you'd be able to provide some evidence of the proportion of time that staff spend going after these kinds of big cases versus high amounts of money that it is under investigation versus individual cases, because that is a genuine problem. I have, many of us will have examples.
We put
my most recent example, which was in the press, so I can share it with you,
we
is
put some information
an ex-serviceman who was being, the taxman was going after him because he got a part-time job and he provided the information, but there was some miscommunication along the way. He was on the verge of being made homeless. Now, the taxman or woman rightly tries after people, ordinary people, where they've done something wrong. But there seems to be an overzealous attempt at ordinary people, but that people don't feel that that's shared with wealthy individuals.
So
that is a perception that needs to be corrected.
Accept,
so if you could give the facts about how much resource goes into which group.
The real risk of that being a perception, I completely refute that is the case.
Do you think you would be able to provide some evidence?
We've put information up on gov.uk last weekend, significantly because of my concern that if people only read the headlines, they don't get the information. So since April 2010, we've secured 100 billion more in compliance revenues than otherwise. We've got 31 billion of that.
That's not quite the question that Roshanara has asked.
31 billion of that out of large business compliance.
But that wasn't my question.
2 billion of that from offshore evasion.
Ms. Homer, can I take you back to the question that
852 million
could you possibly go back to the question?
My question, Ms. Homer, and if you can't answer it here, I'd be very pleased if your officials or you could provide me the numbers later. What proportion of your staff allocation goes into going after high value, you meant high net worth individuals who are dodging, evading or avoiding or accused of avoiding or evading tax, and what proportion goes to others? And you can do that, break it down by income.
We can do it by behaviour. Yes, we can do it by behaviour.
Because you understand that's how we can build public confidence.
Yes.
And if there is an issue about resource allocation, then perhaps we can make the case to the government
I'm very happy
that you
to
should have more resources to go after rich individuals who are not paying their fair share of tax. Now, that's not everybody, but there are examples here that are deeply concerning to the public, and they should be taken seriously.
So hang on, Ms. Homer, you might just have you finished asking questions?
Well, I'm very happy to point you to our published information. We distinguish in the tax gap publication by type of behaviour as well as by some other criteria, and we can point you to that. I think what I did want to say is that it is a perception that, as you've just rather repeated, that avoidance and evasion is either only done by the wealthy and the big companies or only chased. And I just need to be very clear, there wasn't a question there.
There was a question there. With respect, there was a question. My question was about staffing.
The question to me. So I can tell you that we put that the vast majority of the resources in Jennie's part of the business, which is by far and away the biggest part of our business, goes on evasion and avoidance. It's pretty much all of it. What I can't do, because it isn't true, is tell you that only rich people do evasion and avoidance.
No, but the purpose of this investigation on the HSBC case was there are significant you mentioned high net worth individuals.
And I can give you the figure on offshore.
My question was about high net worth individuals and what percentage, what proportion of time goes into investigating those that are of concern. I think that's a legitimate question to ask in the light of the issues at hand.
Maybe if I could, and I can tell you the amount we collect from the 6,000 richest people. Our extra work on them has secured an extra £852 million. We can give you details of the numbers in that unit, but I want to just say again that all of Jennie's people spend their time doing evasion and avoidance. That's
Granger,
what enforcement compliance is.
I think, and certainly we can write to you about it, but one of the things I'd like you to think about in that is it's not just a question of how we divide up the resources across HMRC. In terms of the ratio of staff to taxpayers, so number of large business, number of staff, it is a much higher proportion. So it's 1-to-1 in Jim Harrow's area to the large companies, whereas in the small business end, it is one to many. And that is why in the mass markets in particular, we actually do a lot of nudge and other work as well. So in fact, the answer you are going to get is that it is the other way around, that there is a much heavier weighting and a much higher level of expertise in those that are looking at wealthy.
We'll give you the breakdown.
Happy to give you the
because
breakdown.
I think
you see where I'm getting at with this, because your answer, Ms. Granger, your explanation is helpful for the public to know that you are giving.
And the perception does worry us. You're absolutely right.
And it's going to affect your agency. Ultimately, it's going to be damaging for HMRC if we don't correct those perceptions and where there are problems. If
we look forward to you helping us do that.
Thank you. And if I could just come back to one more, which is one that I quite often try to get out as well. In my area, we also have debt collection, and I suspect the case you're telling me is a little bit in that space as well. Our time to pay arrangements are almost exclusively small businesses.
And individuals.
And of course that, and it's been a quite helpful strategy for, particularly in difficult times, to help them tide that over. But it's very difficult to get that message out because, as you rightly point out, people will point out the case where we didn't get it
Perhaps
right.
you'd better set that out in a bit more detail in writing as well when you come back to us.
Thank you. Yeah.
Have you finished, Commissioner? Theresa Pearce?
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Homer, could I take you back to, you made a comment you hadn't been contacted by the whistleblower.
Sorry?
You made a comment that HMRC had not been contacted by the whistleblower, yet published in Le Monde was a copy of the email that he says he sent to the generic general inquiries address. Could you just tell us what you've done to try and find that email?
Yes, of course. And so I was trying to be clear that the initial contact with Ms. Falciani by A State was with France.
Yes.
We received our data from them. Our understanding is that they have everything he had. Indeed, the BBC has recently confirmed to me they don't believe Falciani holds any of the data anymore. So it has been suggested to us that an email was sent. It was actually sent from the Le Monde copy, which is obviously all I have to go on. It was sent to two addresses, one in the FCO and one in HMRC, neither of which are live any longer. The one in HMRC was a regional VAT inquiry line, and it was closed down a number of years ago. We have checked back as thoroughly as we can. The procedure that would have applied to misdirected human information, which is what we loosely call this, would have been to move it to Jennie's criminal team who deal with all the receipts of information. And we can find no evidence of it either being received or transferred. But I am conscious I'm kind of giving you a negative there. We've also checked with the FCO. They can also find no evidence of it having been received. In that case, it was the previous Secretary of State's private office address, and of course that's a much smaller thing, but there is also no evidence, and FCO are clear with me that had it been received by them, they would have expected to have transferred it to us, and there's no evidence of that transfer either. So I'm afraid that I can't give you certainty, but what I would say is that what that would have done, I'm not sure what that would have done, because by what the BBC have also confirmed, it's been very helpful, is that they do not believe that Falciani ever told them he had tried to contact us. What they've said is he commented in his first programme with them that we had never contacted him, which is true. But it is a more recent suggestion via Le Monde that he contacted us, and I have just not been able to chase that down. By the time that email was sent, if it was, I think the French already had the data and were signalling to a number of us that they were beginning to do things. So I suspect we would probably have relied on the government-to-government stuff anyway, but I can't assert that that's the case, because obviously if it had come in and been dealt with, a different view might have been reached.
Okay. Ms. Homer, can you accept that ordinary taxpayers, if they don't pay, they get automatic penalty notices if their returns are late, they get chased, because it's easy to chase someone who's compliant and does pay normally because they're there. It's harder to chase people who aren't there. Do you not accept that the public perception, I know what you say about the media, we all suffer at the hands of the media, the public perception is that they can't get away with these things and other people do. Therefore, what they want is for people to be held accountable. So you said recently that to take a case through the Crown Prosecution Service, and I understand it's the CPS who decides whether there's a criminal activity there, takes on average 44 months to get to a point where the CPS considers charging. Can you describe why it would take 44 months?
Yeah, so let me say again, we completely share your concern that the public would feel unfairly treated. We do think it's a perception, not a reality. I do think there's more we can do to help overcome that. And so, for instance, in your example of people feeling that the first time they make a mistake we get them, we have currently got a consultation out about changing our penalty approach so that it is not wholly automated and takes into account behaviours.
Automation is a real problem.
And so
31st of January is the cut-off date for late
yes,
submission.
and lots of people leave it till quite near the end,
and I am
then
aware
they get into
of a number
difficulty.
of people who were sent notifications on the 22nd of January to tell them they'd incurred a £100 penalty for not filing, when the date wasn't even up, generated by a computer.
Well, you should send those to me, because that should not happen.
No, it shouldn't.
But
it just makes...
part of changing the perception is the current consultation, which is saying we should give a stronger message to people that we do, as we always have done, take into account behaviours. And we have set up in the last year a new service for people, vulnerable people. This doesn't, this means people who might have got themselves in a serious muddle, might have health difficulties, mental health difficulties, faced bereavement, where we try to make sure we give them the very best support at the earliest point to get them back to where they need to be. So that's what we're doing at the positive end, to try and make sure people understand that we recognise that people need help. On the question of people then expecting us to do more, can I just assure you, Jennie's criminal investigators like prosecuting people. We've done thousands of prosecutions. We believe, even in relation to the Lagarde list, offshore prosecution is a really difficult area. We are still, I believe, one of only 2 countries that has done any, and I am firmly of the view, having looked at Project Solace, that if they could have banged a few more people up, they would have done so quite happily. So there is no question about us driving for prosecutions in the right cases. But our threshold for evidence for criminal cases will always, I think, necessarily be higher.
Okay,
and so we do use civil penalties as well.
So you have a history of voluntary disclosure. You've encouraged voluntary disclosure
We
for people
have.
to hold things offshore. So if you were provided with a list of people who did have offshore accounts, who previously had a voluntary disclosure, which they hadn't declared, this other account that comes to light, would you immediately prosecute?
They would be, and I think Jennie has prosecuted around 11 other people outside Lagarde in very similar
Because
circumstances.
that would surely be a clear-cut case where someone has said, voluntarily, I'm going to tell you everything, and it's like perjury.
And then we can prove they haven't, yes.
Right.
If
So
we can
would they
prove it.
would they be
Yes,
definitely
and
prosecuted?
so, as Lynn said, we have 11 cases where we have been successful over that period. We've got 50 under investigation right now, of which I think there's roughly around 10 that are over, 19.
Is there an average cost to each?
I don't have an average cost, but the point I was going to make is that one of the things that we absolutely do want to do and have in that mix of that 50 is anyone who's defaulted that we've discovered has lied to us on a voluntary disclosure, and they then get prosecuted for making a false statement.
Right.
And that is in fact what happened.
So that would be
with
an
the
easier prosecution.
Yeah, indeed.
Absolutely.
It's one of the ways you overcome it. So we're really serious about you get this one chance, come clean,
Because,
and if you don't, then that's where
Ms.
we go.
Granger, I understand it was before your time at HMRC, but in about 2006-07, there was a great big hoo-ha about information powers, Section 28A notices made to financial institutions just to find exactly this sort of information. What happened? nothing much seemed to happen. It's
I
all
think,
voluntary disclosure, voluntary disclosure.
I think there's been a really significant movement, and I mean, you won't have seen the impact of it yet, but the movement towards common reporting standards, in a sense, has its feet in the early work on offshore disclosures. And so over a decade, this area is changing markedly, and it allows you to be progressively tougher and tougher and tougher. But I think you heard earlier of an era when the culture and the approach to this kind of activity, whether aggressive tax avoidance or evasion, was felt to be more acceptable. And I think some of the early work around finding data, including setting up disclosures, is what has changed the scenery. By 2017, we think it will be markedly different, don't we?
It will be markedly different, but I also want to make one thing clear. I actually do know about that particular case because we tried to copy it in Australia because we thought it was very clever.
It was very
because
good.
they got it out of the client relationship management systems of the banks, then it was onshore data. If we think there is onshore data, we will go after it to corroborate. So let me be really, really clear on that point. One of the things Lynn mentioned earlier that is changing the landscape is other forms of data. You will have seen that we look at things such as luxury boat registrations. We look at credit card data, which gives us cross-border activity now. And so there are a range of things, but the really big game changer is 90 countries starting to give banking information to each other. We will look at that, not just for individual cases, and our message is give it up now, but we will pattern it also. So if we see patterns of behaviour around subsidiary of banks, then that is something we can take forward.
Going back to public perception and why they might have this perception, the Isle of Man Disclosure Facility, which is currently in operation, I won't name the particular accountancy firm, but one of the big four, they're probably all exactly the same, when advising their clients about the main characteristics of this, one of the things they say is that they have a bespoke service provided by HMRC for firms such as them providing disclosure. I don't get a bespoke service. Why do the big four get a bespoke service, or do they not?
Do send us the advert. I have said before, not everything you read in the marketing blurb of firms is true, and one of the things we would always say to people is, don't take the advice, particularly in the bespoke area.
But you can see how that feels to an ordinary person. To my constituent who worked for a big company, took his retirement pension but carried on working for a year, and HMRC decided, he didn't send in a P45, decided he must have ceased his job. He never told them that, and he ended up owing a lot of tax. And yet, people who can afford big firms get a bespoke service. If that's not true, I'd like you to take it up.
We will take that away.
Okay, two more things. One is that staff numbers. Do you have sufficient staff? How many staff do you have?
Do you want to give the details of enforcement and compliance staff, Jennie?
So in enforcement and compliance, we have about 28,000 staff.
What's the churn?
Actually, we've had more recently. We've had quite a few promotions and recruitments in because we've been expanding. We had a big investment of almost £1 million over the billion, over the SR10 period, and that's mean we've expanded out from it was around 26,000, I guess, in headcount terms, so individual people. So. That has meant quite a lot of expansion, but I think what you're asking me is about how many we're losing from the organisation.
Because
so it's been roughly around 5% or so. That's actually one of the things that I'm both blessed with but challenged with is that I've actually got an older population in enforcement and compliance, and so we've actually been using this recruitment to start to bring on some of our new and young experts, particularly in the areas of data analytics. So it's been quite, the challenge for us has been more around starting to build up their expertise rather than concerns about losing.
In many ways, just the last part of this question is it would be accepted that any organisation is only as good as its staff. So good staff relations, high morale is really important. So And often in any organisation, to get that morale, you need liaison between the employer and the employees, which is often done through trade unions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I was very surprised that HMRC has decided to withdraw the ability of all trade union members within HMRC to pay their subs through their payroll. Even though the union pays £28,000 a year to HMRC for that service, it's been decided not to allow that to continue. Check-off is what it's called.
Yes.
I believe that was your decision, Ms. Holmes.
Yes, so this is
how does that help?
So, the PCS have made a policy decision to encourage people to be members via direct debit, and that is because a number of the other major departments have moved to finish check-off. I have taken the view that if they are going to have that as their policy objective, it would be better for us similarly to be in the same position.
So you're saying it's PCS's decision, not yours?
They've been actively campaigning with staff for them to move on to direct debit, and it is their preferred approach going forwards.
All right, thank
so
you. That clarifies it.
how we intend to ensure that our staff are not disadvantaged by that is we're working very closely with the union to ensure that they get regular information about how to do it. We are giving the union the ability to communicate clearly directly with staff to say this is what you need to do, and I think the important thing is ensuring people do. Now, what I will say is it is up to individuals as to whether that change of process causes them to make a change of decision, but we will ensure that there is no complexity or anything put in their way.
Just for clarity, you're saying...
Make this the last question.
Just for clarity, you're saying this was a decision of the union,
the union's
not your
policy,
initiative.
their written policy. That I've stood
that's
alongside
fine.
them, seeing them hand out leaflets to our staff. They have a lottery, giving people a 1,200 prize as a sort of lottery draw for changing to direct debit.
John Mann.
Ms Granger, you came in October 2012 with the systems for dealing with the Swiss banks and HSBC there. Were they working well at that time? Was the systems in which you came into, were they significantly problematic, or were they basically in place and working?
Sorry, are you talking about HSBC?
Yeah.
I think the Swiss agreement or Lagarde?
No. HSBC and the...
So in relation to HSBC, that's really, I'm not trying to duck it, but that's more a question for my colleague Jim Harrer, who has the large business relationships. So he works with the major corporates, including the banks, about their governance systems as well as their tax.
No, but in terms of the work you've been doing in relation...
I should also say, of course, that I wouldn't be able to comment specifically on a taxpayer.
No, but in relation to the systems that are in place for dealing with this problem that's now emerged. I mean, you arrived in 2012 as well, Mr.
So
Chair.
the Lagarde data, the Solace project, certainly, I mean, Jennie and I have both looked at this, and I have to say, yes, I think it bears scrutiny. It was a really well-managed project.
So everything was reasonably well in place at the time?
Yes.
Mr. David Hartnett left at the end of 2012 and in January 2013 joined HSBC. In doing so, you had to give approval to it based on the fact that there was no commercially valuable or sensitive information about any competitor, and that any information relating to developments in government policy which may affect the prospective employer was also not known. Now, Mr. Hartnett basically helped set up the systems in place. They were in place, as you've just confirmed. He moves to HSBC. None of the rest know about this problem until very recently. You do, he does, HSBC does, and he moves from you to there. So, who signed off the agreement for him to go at that time to HSBC, and why?
The Project Solace was not under Dave Hartnett's line management. I've mentioned earlier, this work was done by Jennie's predecessor, Mike Eland. He was responsible for the line management of the staff, for the operational decisions, and for the putting into effect of the results that we've described. And indeed deserves the credit for the success of it, therefore. So I just want to say that. In relation to any member of staff who leaves, there is a civil service-wide process for them asking...
Yeah, we know that. I'm asking who signed it off and why.
I sign off that the information is correct, and then that is...
So you signed it off?
And the information was correct.
Why?
Because the information
He's got insider
correct.
information.
I don't agree with that.
Well, no, the rest of the world doesn't know about this problem.
Which problem?
The problem with the Swiss banks and HSBC. He's moving to HSBC.
I think
he's been sat in front of us in your positions previously, and no one seems to have thought that, oh, that's a bit odd.
I think
why wasn't he required to wait for a period of time?
I think he did. I think you did know. I think he told you about it on the 25th of February. No, sorry, that's not the day. On the 12th of September 2011. I think you had quite a long conversation with him about it.
No, this
with Mike Eland as well.
This stuff's come out into the public domain recently.
I disagree with that. That is just not true. So what has come out into the public domain recently is the details of individuals. As we have discussed earlier, I think that is not something we would ever have given. And it is not something any member of staff who leaves would be at liberty to share with any future employer, but it's also not something Dave Hartnett would have had. He would not have had the 6,800 lines of data. The information came to us
no,
he'd
have he'd have the strategy.
The information came to us via the French. It has been managed in accordance with evidential requirements throughout within enforcement and compliance. So I will say again, I do not believe that there was anything that was wrong in the governance of this project, nor anything that I put in my confirmation of that application that was wrong.
In HSBC just told us that they had hundreds of thousands of suspicious transactions over the last 7 years, which they've reported. How many on each year on average are reported to yourselves by HSBC?
I will have to give you a note on that. I'm afraid we didn't absolutely have a line
all
of the time.
That would be perfectly acceptable.
And I'm not entirely sure, was that a reference to worldwide or was...
Yes.
Yeah. So that won't all be with us.
We're interested to know how many
to give you a note.
from they've done to yourselves. Why didn't you refer matters to the FCA?
Well, I've already explained at the beginning of this that the data that we held under the low guard list we were not at liberty to share with other regulators or law enforcers. And so we are now from the 23rd of February. But what I will say is that from our perspective, we would always want to work with our other agencies in any data sharing that we can.
So you're saying that the French were prohibiting you from sharing this with the regulator? Yes. Could we have the written exchanges between you and the French over that period of time, please?
I will give consideration to that. I mean, I think there's a variety, and I would need, I think, to check with the French. What I am happy to do, and I think we'll have done by the time we get out of here, is to give a full account of what the French have now given us.
But that's now. I'm interested in the interactions between you and the French over that period of time to see what you were asking, and what their response was.
I think I understand the question.
I think what Mr. Mann's seeking is, as much as possible, as reasonably possible, given the need to continue to operate on a confidential basis with
that's
the
why
French,
I'm saying we'll take that
just
away.
hold on a moment. Of the evidential base that can support the statement that you were not permitted to share this more widely.
And if we could just add, we will need to think about it because there is treaty considerations. But perhaps there is some description we can give, and that's what Ms. Homer is alluding to.
Did you escalate matters to a minister for them to be raising the issue with their French counterpart?
I don't think we did, no. And as I said earlier...
So why didn't you? I mean, the FCA are responsible for significant, or the FCA before them, for significant issues, and they weren't informed of it because you believed that you weren't allowed to do so by the French, but you didn't escalate it to a minister for their consideration of whether a minister should attempt to raise this issue with their French counterpart.
So it's a treaty-to-treaty arrangement. So in that sense, it's been signed off by previous governments. And the treaty-to-treaty arrangement requires us to abide by the terms in which it's given. We had regular discussion about that. And as we've described earlier, the French have constitutional and cultural approaches which they hold very dearly. This is not unique to this arrangement. This is true across the piece, and we would generally expect to keep to a treaty.
No, but it's about interpretation.
Deal. No, it's not about interpretation at all.
Well, of course it can be. We don't know because you're not giving us the information. Perhaps we'll get something that will allow us to make a bigger judgment. But you previously, today, Ms. Homer, told us that because, and you're hiding behind the fact, that the French wouldn't allow you to share data, and therefore you couldn't properly investigate, therefore there couldn't be prosecutions. That's what you've said.
No, that is not what I've said, and if the Chair will allow me, I will say what I've said again. We have done a great deal with this data. We now have a wider opportunity to share the data. Let me be clear. That opens up some other areas of activity. I don't think it alters at all the decisions we made on the individuals within the Lagarde list. We had the domain with the assistance of our prosecutor, the CPS, and the numbers of individuals we were able to prosecute was about the quality of the evidential trail, and it was nothing to do with the restrictions of the French. The issue about pursuing organisations, and in particular HSBC Swiss, was more limited and more contained because of that restriction, and I'm delighted that we will be able to look at that again. But I have not suggested that our performance is anything to do with this restriction.
Are there any cases that would have been prosecuted potentially if you'd have been able and chosen then to share that information with other agencies?
We are open-minded about that, but I do not think we will see a waterfall of cases in these individuals where our ability to share the data will change our mind about the ability to prosecute. No.
When you say we are open-minded, I mean that's your legal opinion.
I've given you an example earlier. When we can wash data through another agency, you sometimes get corroborating information. Corroborating information is the single most likely thing to be able to allow us to land a prosecution in an area like this where our base information is incomplete, old, partial, stolen. For instance, one of the cases involves an account in the name of Harry Potter. We do not believe he is a tax evader.
Therefore, when you didn't escalate it to a ministerial level, there are potential implications from that.
No, there are not. So you are putting words in my mouth, and I'm trying to answer your question as clearly and truthfully as I can. We welcome the opportunity to look more widely at a wider range of offences, but the decision about what we could do in relation to the tax issues, in relation to the individuals, the data we received from the French was sufficient. The bar to prosecutions was the evidential bar and nothing else. There was nothing, therefore, that ministerial escalation could have done in relation to that.
When you make your legal decisions on whether to refer to
CPS makes the final decision.
When you make your legal decisions to refer a case to CPS for their consideration, what peer group review is there of the decision made by, and who makes that decision on these cases, on whether to refer to CPS?
I described this process earlier. I'm happy to describe it again. Project Solace had a governance arrangement whereby the individual criminal investigators were looking at each file individually. They were assessing that against our published criteria for criminal prosecutions. They were putting forward cases to a project steering board for consideration of whether or not they could be prosecuted, and the strongest of those cases were the cases that went forward to the CPS. Those decisions are entirely operational, and they are made by our experienced criminal investigators.
What prior discussions are there with CPS on whether a case might be appropriate for referral to them?
quite simply, we take their cases to them. We think they are most likely to agree. And if we reached a position where, bluntly, we were taking cases and we won 100% of the cases, we would probably ask for a review about whether we were being too cautious.
So you don't have a system where there's any prior discussion with CPS?
Yes, we do. And indeed, we have regular opportunities for discussion. But
on individual cases?
No, well, CPS expects us, because we have professional criminal investigators, they expect us to present cases to them that we think are capable of being prosecuted. The general rule is that they prosecute less than we take to them. Now, I'm not sure what the suggestion is. I think our internal staff they're all professionally trained, they're certified, they know the standards that CPS will apply, and CPS's expectation is that the cases that we take are the most likely to be prosecuted.
And if I could just add to Lynn's answer, it isn't unusual for us to be discussing cases that are referred, or even to have conversations with CPS, both to brief them on a project that's coming or to talk to them about individual cases. It's not a standoff relationship in that sense.
No, but in the same way the police would have discussions over what threshold for prosecution will be and what is likely to succeed in court.
Yeah.
That is an active, ongoing, sometimes tension and dialogue. And I'm trying to see how you do that, whether you do it, whether there's a peer group review of the decisions you make, or is it entirely within HMRC that those decisions have been made by?
That too is set down in as much detail as you can. I think that's
you claim, Ms. Homer, that you've got back the full money.
Well, other than the 100 or so cases.
Yes, doing some calculations, that does seem an extraordinary statement, because what you're asking us to believe is that people are put money into the specific Swiss accounts, paying a significant fee to do so, because HSBC is a commercial entity, charging, let's call them, reasonable fees. And yet, if we look at the amount of money in the accounts and the amount you've got back, the people doing it must be doing it at a loss, because the amount you're getting back per case is going to be probably less than they're paying in fees for the arrangements to be set up. So why would someone put their money into Switzerland, not in order to avoid taxes, because so little tax, relatively, so little tax is being avoided, if you're right, that all that tax has been got back?
Well, I'm sure that not all of them expected to pay that tax when they put it into Switzerland. So they may not have made the judgment about the level of fee or the outcome.
Of course, the people will make a rational, one must assume, I presume you in the HMRC assume, people will make a rational decision. Someone who's putting money into an account to avoid tax, whether lawful or whether legal or illegal, in whatever way, whether it's avoidance or evasion, is doing so to pay less tax.
But
they pay a good fee in order for such arrangements to be made. The amount that you've got back in tax relative to the amounts of money is so low, it's inconceivable.
Troup wants to say something.
I was just going to do some arithmetic on this.
Yes.
From around 1,000 cases, we've got over £100 million. That says to me that that's an average of over £100,000 per case. Now, I have no idea what fees you pay for a bank account in Switzerland, but it sounds to me, Mr. Mann, as if you think that you pay more than £100,000 to put your money in a bank account in Switzerland. I don't know. I have no idea, but that sounds quite high. And I would be surprised if it costs £100,000 to just put money in a bank account in Switzerland in order to conceal it.
Well, I've looked, for example, at a particular Panamanian company where people can buy off-the-shelf accounts in order to take money from Hong Kong and put it in there. And yes, that's the kind of rates one's talking about straight away, without lawyers' fees. Therefore, it is the case. It is the case. Is it not? And so, well, my question is this: on what basis are you determining that that is the full amount of money?
So, our experts are looking at the value of the asset, the tax that is due under English law, British law, and they are assessing the full tax that is due, and we are only allowing movement into the disclosure facility on payment of that sum.
Okay,
so I don't mind.
I think
I don't mind if they've paid more than they expected to.
Just two final
I
questions.
do not
Well, I
mind
think
if they've paid more than they expected to.
It's better be one final question, John. This really is the very last question.
If there were any parliamentarians avoiding tax or evading tax either in the Swiss operation that you've looked at, would you feel it's an appropriate duty to refer that information to the relevant Lords or Commons Parliamentary Commissioner for Standards for their investigation?
I have to work within the law, and I would need to satisfy myself, and I'm sorry I can't off the top of my head, but I would have to satisfy myself about whether I had either an obligation or an ability to refer any individual, but you have my assurance that in circumstances where people are holding positions of responsibility, we will prosecute if we meet the threshold, because we do believe that it is important that people in positions of responsibility are seen to take those seriously. And in recent times, I mean within the last year or so, we have taken, certainly to my knowledge, a senior barrister to court. I think he may have been jailed, and we have taken a magistrate to court, and you have my assurance that people's status would not discourage us from prosecuting where the evidence was right. It's a slightly more complex issue about whether I would have a right to refer them, and I would need a specific statutory duty or protection to do that, I think.
And, so I was going to say our published policy makes it very clear that we will put the weight in favour of criminal prosecutions in relation to people who hold positions of responsibility.
We've been going just over 2 hours, and I think that's an appropriate moment to bring proceedings to a close. Thank you very much for
we will make
giving
sure we send you
this
the notes
afternoon.
quickly.
We've asked for a number of
You have.
detailed pieces of information, some of which may take a moment or two for you to prepare, a day or two. I'd be grateful if you send those to the committee. Thank you for coming to give evidence.